Hey, 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 happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It is June 20th, 2024. This month is flying right on by. Today, guys, we are having an open discussion in regards to multiple different things. We're going to get an update on Stacy Lee Drake as well, and maybe open up the phone line. So join us if you will. I appreciate you so very much. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we What's up? What's up? What's up? Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you today. Hope you're all having a great day on this Thursday. It's almost the end of the week. Thank you all for joining me last night. For those of you that did, I appreciate you very much. I'm going to have an update on the manhunt for Stacy Lee Drake that we covered last night. And I appreciate you guys joining me. We're going to be talking about a little bit of everything, I'm guessing, today. And I'm probably going to open up the phone lines as well. We haven't done that in a while. So that's how it's going to roll today. But thank you all for joining me. I appreciate you very much. Looks like we got 56 people in here with 37 likes, guys. Please make sure you're hitting that like button. And of course, never fails, does it? Ever, ever, ever. One moment, folks. Come on in the door. Be right with you.
I see
I see you too.
you. See, Kimber, I told you.
No, it don't work no more. Sorry.
Whatever.
I'm waiting and watching for you now, just so you know. On a regular. Welcome everybody. Sorry about that. That was Mrs. Dago just calling to check on the household like she does every day. She's got some radar or something, I guess. But anyway, yes, I sit and wait and watch for you to do this now. So that
Yeah, I was like, oh, Brandy's calling. My perfect chance.
Mhm. By the way, hello and welcome. I'm glad you're here today.
Hello. Yeah, for a little bit. I gotta go to
You-
work at 4:30, but
That's bullshit. Caca.
yeah, my
Caca.
husband's about over it too.
Yeah, why are you doing it now?
We have an event tonight, so and I have a new cashier that I'm gonna throw to the wolves, as she put it. And I said, "That's the way you did me." I said, "You threw me to the wolves." I said, "I screwed up, but I learned from it, and so I'm gonna do the same with her. If she's a junior, gonna be a junior, and she's taking all AP classes, this should not be a big deal for her.
Absolutely.
So I'm
Absolutely.
just gonna stand behind her and watch and train her, but I'm throwing her into the wolves.
Well, that's the best way to do it. Hands on is the best, in my opinion.
Yep.
In
So
my opinion, for sure.
so that's why I'm going in tonight.
Well,
But then I'm off. Let's say Thursday, so I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Brandy's off tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday too. 4 days she's got off.
Wow, cool. Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know what we're doing. We might go somewhere and do something with the kids.
Um, my suggestion is to go find a freezer to stand in somewhere.
Seriously, we were gonna go. Um, Noi wanted to go to Snoopy Land at Kings Island, but I was like, it's too hot. It's too
Snoopy Land.
hot.
You guys have a Kings Island too?
No, we'd be coming over your neck of the woods.
Cincinnati.
Hmm.
That's pretty. That's how far is that from you?
3 hours, 4 hours, maybe, if that. It's not very
Oh,
far.
it's. I think it's 4 or 5 for me.
Let me see. Where's my phone? That one's-
Is that the closest amusement park to you?
Um, I don't know. I don't know if Six Flags in St. Louis would be closer or not.
You guys still got a Six Flags? That sucks. We had one. Well, I mean, it's not. It doesn't suck for you, but
I mean, here in Indiana, all we have is Indiana Beach, and that ain't anything. So
we don't have anything like that. We have Cedar Point in Sandusky, and then we have Kings Island in Cincinnati.
yeah.
We had Geauga Lake, and then we had that turned into Six Flags. We had SeaWorld that was across the lake from Geauga Lake. They took
Oh,
that away
that's right.
from us.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, they took that along. That was 10 or 20 minutes from me. That they took that from us a long time ago. I was pissed because I loved
Right.
SeaWorld, and I would have loved to have been able to take my grandkids to that now. But they had a whole thing there. My wife was actually on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries because they had a
I
they were
love
doing.
you, Arctic.
It's
Sorry.
so odd. I stopped at Walmart for eggs and cake mix, and when I pulled in the truck, that's great. I love it,
Yep.
dude. Like I said, he always knows what to say and when to say it. That's awesome. I love it. But yeah, they shut it down after this happened. They were doing one of their water shows with the boats and stuff, and something happened, and the boat went up into the crowd, and
No.
she was in that video of that happening. Up at the top, she was there with her stepfather and her mom. She was real little, but shortly after that, they shut down for some reason, and I was kind of mad because it was a great place to go. They were saying that the animals were they shouldn't be being kept in captivity and blah blah blah
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff. You know how that goes. So,
Yeah. I was way off. It's only 2 hours and 12 minutes.
oh,
A lot
really?
closer than
That's
I thought.
well, you're probably closer to me than I thought you were. Then,
Yep.
what was that? It
My evil
sounded a
laugh.
bit evil there.
Yeah.
I think that's. Aren't you in that realm somewhere, SRB, or are you on the other end? How far are you from Cincinnati, SRB? How many Ohioans do we have in here right now, by the way? We only got 93 people, but what's up, Shauna? Speaking of which, I need to find it. Let me do that first. I'm getting behind on everything. So let's see who is joining us today, real quick. Shauna Mertz, welcome back. 2.5 from Cincy. Okay, so you guys are about the same distance. Gotcha. SRB, of course, is in here. Trashy lower class sheep, according to BJ. Hello to you. Welcome. Allison White, welcome. Welcome. Wow, let's try that again. Allison White, welcome back to you. Um, Virginia, hello, hello. Welcome to you. Arctic Box, my brother, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Butterfly 71, good to have you here today again. Diana R, welcome back. Girl Next Door, great to have you here. The awesome and amazing Salty Sleuth is in the house. Thank you for joining us today, Salty. Great to have you here. Andy Rose, what is going on with you? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Money in the Middle, welcome back to you. That's so funny. P Fox, great to see you. It's been a minute. Good to have you back. Great to see you. Um, who else do we have? D Smith, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Miss Leslie, awesome to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Nicole 22, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Lynn Dawson, welcome to you. Great to have you here. Miss Kimber at work and still in here. That is loyalty. I'll tell you right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Kimber. I appreciate you very much. Doc Holiday's in the house, guys. Welcome back, Doc. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Bad Wolf, welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Harsh One, Shelly True Crime. Great to see you as well. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Heather Quinn, welcome back. Let me see here. Show. The Astro from Space, welcome. Great to see you. Good to have you here. Sherry P, welcome to you. Great to see you. Apple Bottom Jeans, Boots with the Fur. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see. CZ, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. The Karma Police are in the house, guys. You better behave today. Thank you so much. Bama Girl, welcome to you, by the way. Great to see you. Diana R. Roll Tide Roll. Come on now. 12 gauge. What is going on, brother? Good to see you today, guys. Can we drop 12 gauge's link in the chat, please? I think more people need to go check out his stuff. Great stuff he puts out, guys. I really would like to see more people going over there and checking him out if you could. So please drop 12 gauge's link in the chat, please. Girl Next Door, good to see you again. Let's see here. Miss B Williams, welcome back to you. Brandy B, the OG. I hope you're feeling better, dear. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let me see. Am I missing anybody at all? Sarah, I did see a Sarah. Sarah Tequila, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Let me check the bottom down here. And of course, Mama Bear. Marie Davis, welcome to you. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. My neck is killing me. Christina Rain, welcome back. Joy in the Heart, welcome to you. Welcome, Miss Aaron. Good afternoon to you. Good to see you today. I think I got. Come on down, guys. Liz W, welcome, welcome, welcome. How many people from Ohio, just out of curiosity, do we have in this chat right now and watching from the corner there, maybe? If you do have, if you're an Ohioan, throw a one in that chat, guys. I'm curious, just out of curiosity. Miss Kimber. Liz W, good to see you. Thank you, Andy. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. This dog is going nuts. 1 second, folks. All right. Thank you, Andy, for that. Guys, anybody interested in picking up any Cafe merchandise? There's your link. If you should be interested. Jeff H, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you, Sherry P. Jaded 847's in the house. Aaron B, welcome back to you. Great to see you guys today. God, it's so hot out. I opened the door for 3 seconds and my face melted. Cut Sharp, good to see ya. So let's see. We got. I get hit with this all the time. 12 Gauge asks, "Are you a Buckeyes fan?"
Nope.
No, sir, I am not. I cannot stand the Buckeyes. I'm gonna get slayed for this. I know it. I know it. I always do. I always do. What do you mean? You live in Ohio and I hate the Buckeyes. I hate the Buckeyes. I always have. I am a Alabama Crimson Tide fan all the way and have been since I was probably 15 years old. I am a Roll Tide fan. That is right. See, here it comes. Now he's a traitor. See, I am a Browns fan. Does that help? Everybody's like, "Oh, are you serious?" Hell no. That's the worst team you could be a fan of. See, we can no longer be friends. I told you I was gonna get slayed.
Wait,
Wait, I haven't finished puking. See? You guys are just a mess. Abigail, welcome to you from Missouri. SRB, I hate the Browns. Of course you do. Virginia's a Bucks fan. Of course, of course. Most people, I'm probably supposed to be you guys, but something happened. I don't know. I don't like them. I love Alabama. Kimber says I hate Bama. Who do you like, Kimber? That'll explain why you hate him. What's up, Gin Rebel? That's right. Go Dogs. I'm not from Alabama. That's the thing, Joy.
I hate them all. So there you go. How's that?
I am not from. I got to turn this back on. I'm not from Alabama. My wife is, and all her family are, but maybe that's why I married her subconsciously. Yep. See? Roll Tide, roll. I am a huge Bama go. Oh my God! No wonder. Tennessee Volunteers. I think we need to remove her, Mama Bear. Maybe. I don't know. We'll give her a chance.
At least I'm not the only one that doesn't care. I don't like any of them.
Well, you don't like football, do you?
Nope. I don't like sports, period.
Guys, I'll be putting in an application for a co-host. If anybody wants to sign up, just letting you know. You don't like sports at all?
Yeah, no.
Not even a little bit.
No.
Whatever.
No. It's boring to me.
Swimming, golfing, tennis,
Nope.
skateboarding.
Nope.
Jesus. Okay.
Nada.
Aaron, welcome to you from Kansas, and thank you for that $9.99 super chat. Appreciate you so very much. God bless. Salty says, I'm on the Florida Bama line. I'm forced to hear Roll Tide. I hate for, oh my God. Why are all these people turning on me? What did I do to you? I have so much respect for Salty, too. What am I supposed to do now? There we go. Bama girl, thank you so very much. Football is like part of life. How can anybody not like football? See?
It's
Alicia
easy.
said it too. I get more excited for football season than my hubby. I mean, that's
I mean,
well,
the
yeah.
most excitement watching football to me is just see a bunch of guys in tight pants, and
I knew that was coming sooner or later. Yes.
I mean that's about it.
And I don't even want to hear about this. I know that Nick is gone, and I had a whole breakdown. Not as bad as Willie though. Willie was crying over this, like literally. He cried when Nick Saban retired. I was close, but I didn't.
That's ridiculous.
August. You don't understand. Nick Saban it was like the IV for that team. You know what I mean? But they'll still be a good team. They will still be a good team. Arctic says, you know they send Texans to Cowboy Stadium during tornado warnings because that was good.
Leslie said, and they hit each other on the butts.
Yes, they do. Oh, you guys get off on watching men smack each other on the butt?
It's funny. Like I said, that's the only excitement there is, and it's not a whole lot.
Weird. The Rams. I can't complain about the Rams. Nick is still. What are you talking about, Bama? He's still around? Oh, don't get me excited right now. Nick Saban. Kimber, I swear to God, I've never fought a woman in my life. And I'm thinking about it. Well, that doesn't count. It's a creature.
Yep.
And I didn't do anything. She hit me. So
yeah. Well, I mean,
a lot.
Self-defense.
Throw a TV at me, busted a thing over my head, all those stab me, all those fun things. Wrestling. Wrestling is good stuff too. Come at me. You're a mess. Swear to God. It's like a rabbit chihuahua. Come at me. I'll pick your little behind up and put you through the field goal post. There she is. There's our doodle. Late again. I'm just kidding. Don't ever anybody ever be worried about being late in here, please. Please. Does anyone know what Linford Christie looks like? No idea who you're talking about. Beware of the Kimberfoot. Oh, I forgot about that. Yes. And the Andy Squatch. Andy Squatch and the Kimberfoot. And I have them both on the team here. That's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing fun about football. I'm going to have to completely just get rid of everybody and just redo everything. Jesus, you guys are insane. I love the Olympics. Very excited for the upcoming. See, the Olympics I always hated the Olympics. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to watch it. It's boring. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see that. Every damn time the Olympics are on, guess what I do?
Sit there and watch it.
Absolutely.
Hey, Kel.
Welcome, Kel. Good to see you. Good to see ya. I do it every time, even though I don't want to. How are you feeling, Doodle? And Brandy, are you guys getting any better? I hope. Don't worry about that, Kimber. I'd have to talk to her to do that, and I was never, ever a chance of that happening. So, what's up, Demon Dog? Saints fan, okay. I can't complain. Where do you order your fitted sports hats? I heard Lids is good. Yes. That's where I used to get them. They took it out of our mall. This one came from Alabama though. The last time we went down there, I got it down there. They're way cheaper there than you would get them online or here because they're there. It's cheap. It's like buying a shitty ass Buckeyes hat here in Ohio. Cheap. You're good today. You're feeling better. Both of you are good. Good stuff. It is, isn't it? What is going on? I swear to God that something happened and the earth shifted and hell is on earth now instead of down there.
Right?
It's too hot, guys. It's supposed to be 103 here today. We don't
I,
get we don't get that.
let's say I haven't even looked, but ours is usually pretty comparable to yours. So
Yeah, we're usually about the same. Oh, 12 gauge. The Bears. He's a Bears fan. I gotcha. 1985 Chicago Bears. I can remember them days. Walter Payton, the refrigerator, Jim McMahon. That was the good old days. We don't either, Kel. I mean, we don't get weather like this. We're in Ohio, for God's sakes. We get it. I think the hottest it's ever really gotten here. We get high 90s, but the humidity is what kills us.
yeah.
Absolutely, Demon. Tomboy's in the house. What's up? What's up?
So it looks like right now it's 89. The real feel is 97. Humidity's at 46%.
I'll pray for y'all in this heat. I'm thankful it isn't cold. I'm not. I like the cold compared to this.
Well, it's like Molly said something the other day about it's 59 here. I was like, dude, I would take that in a heartbeat right now.
Yeah, but that's a heat wave. That's a heat wave for her.
Right?
I'm surprised it's still not snowing. What's up, Jessica? Good to see you. 94, where Andy is. Where you guys all tuning in from, guys? If you want to, throw it in the chat. Let me see where you're coming from. I always like seeing that.
Good. Jessica's 64. That sounds good.
I'm good with that. 64. Hell yeah. And we got this for 2 weeks. I'm told that we're supposed to hold this heat for 2 full weeks. I won't be going nowhere. And if I do, it's from the house to the car to the air conditioning and that other place. I hate heat. Northern Michigan for Miss Alicia. Diana R., New York Giants fan. Hey, my neighbor used to play for them. Aaron B's coming out of Tennessee. Brandy's in Russellville, Arkansas. Speaking of Arkansas, we're going to be talking about that here in a minute. West Tennessee. We got a lot of Tennesseers in here. The Karma Police is in the UK. I think we're safe. Jen Rebel coming out of Alabama. Hey. Tomboys in Dallas. Hotter than hell. Doc Holiday's in Virginia. Julie Dunn is in SoCal. Joey in the Heart's coming from Georgia. Let me see here. Arctic is in Arkansas as well. Bama Girl, of course, is in Bama. Crazy Linda's coming out of Northport. Welcome, Linda. Southern California for Juju B. Good to see you, Juju. See what I did there? What did you did there? I am 10. I am 10 I Sky. What the hell is that? I can't see that thing on the end. Austin, Texas for Butterfly. Another hot as hell. Dana Wright's in Pensacola, Florida. Tomboy Charm is in the sea. Oh, sea. Derp. Sorry. Wow, that was dumb.
I was like, I can't see it. There's like the blue background and then the little thing's blue. And I'm like,
I see what you guys did. Heather Quinn is in Arkansas as well. Let's see here. I didn't get it. I'm dumb. Oh, 12 gauge is another Texan. Awesome. Doodles in Missouri. Tennessee Girl for Girl Next Door. North Carolina for 3M Farm. Welcome. Diana's in Missouri. East Kentucky. Trashy lower class. Let's see here. Boston. Boston. I like how she spelled it for Jaded. Caffey. Get in your car. Drive on down to Boston. Christina Rain says, I grew up in Louisiana, but you live in the Kentucky Tennessee line. We're neighbors. Kinda. Let me see if I'm getting everybody now. Shauna's in West Tennessee. We got that one. We got a lot of Tennesseans in here.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Welcome, Straight Talk of 76. Cherry Peas in Ohio. The Gypsies coming out of Illinois. He just saw my name and said Missouri. I know you. That's why. I know a lot of you guys. Mama's in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
We're neighbors.
Originally from Illinois.
Illinois.
At least you didn't put the S on the end. I'd have
Straight,
to.
straight talkers out of Tarkio, Missouri. So you got a friend in here, Doodle. Allison's in Maine. I love Maine. 67 degrees in Washington. Cassie. Hello, Miss Cass.
Amazing. And this coming Thursday, like in a week, it's supposed to be 77
Where?
here.
I can't wait. God, I can't wait. That's normal for me.
Right.
What's up, Mini Shroom? Another Bama girl. Hello, Miss Cassie.
Hiya, Cassie.
Let's see. Sure. I think Andy's out of, and then up in Maine, Massachusetts, somewhere up there.
Right, Gypsy? I hate when people do that.
What?
Illinois.
I know. They just drive me nuts. Rachel S. from Cali. Welcome, Rachel. Salty's down in Florida, too. Florida.
97 in Washington? I didn't think it got that hot up there.
It's going to be 90s. It's going to 97 Saturday. They're going to get what we got right now. Andy Rose is 100% a masshole. She's in Massachusetts. Yes.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, she's a masshole. It's a massive juice. Okay. Crystal Hernandez. Hello there. Welcome from Arizona. It's 96 with a high of 110. We're melting, but they only have. See, I could handle Arizona because they have that dry heat.
Montauk Project?
Oh, you see that one, Andy? The Montauk Project. That's interesting. That's an interesting story. Also, the Manhattan Project was too. Thank you, Miss Kimber, very much. Eastern Washington, it does. I thought it always just rained in Washington.
That's what I thought too.
100 degrees. Yeah, it's supposed to get stupid hot. Peapox is in southern Illinois. Beautiful here, Allison says. God, it's so hot though. You can't even enjoy it when it's that hot. Even if you got a pool. I mean, it's just too hot. Can't breathe. I went outside this morning. I think it was at 9. Opened the door and it just like stopped breathing immediately.
I was gonna say, with your asthma and stuff,
it sucks. Yeah. T is from Missouri. Roll tide, roll tide, roll tide, roll. Allison's from Edmonton, Alberta. I've always wanted to go to Canada. It's always been pictures I've seen always seem very, very beautiful up there.
Well, I'm not surprised, Kilko.
Demon Dog says Eastern Washington gets super hot like Spokane. Over to Idaho. All right, guys. Well, that's awesome. I like knowing when you guys where everybody's coming in from. You know, it's interesting to know where we're all at. Very cool, very cool. So, everybody, well, a lot of you guys were in here with me last night. Again, Abigail, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. I'm sorry I didn't even get to put that out. We appreciate you jumping in the sauce with us, becoming a meatball, and becoming part of this family so very much. Thank you for joining us. last night on my late show, we were going to talk about some stuff that we didn't talk about because there ended up being a manhunt for I don't even know how to explain it. The guy was homeless and murdered 4 people over the period of time in two different states. Bounced on over to Arkansas, scared. He was pretty close to some of our favorite peeps, Miss Brandy and Arctic and all that in that area. So we started watching it and sticking with it to make sure everybody knew about it. And he was finally caught this morning. I was going to be covering it again if he wasn't, but he was. Thank the Lord, because I did not want that to turn into another Cabo content situation. Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was a mess. I don't think I slept that week at all. I don't. It was crazy, but it's not. I say it how I want to say it, tomboy. She said it's not. It's not Spokane. It's Spokane. I know what it is. I just whatever. Spokane. I was surprised too, Kimber. We talked about that last night. We did not think he was going to be taken alive. We didn't truly. Wow. Based on what he had done. Welcome back, Arctic. Based on what he had done, I really expected it was going to be a bad situation. Mom pops in out of nowhere. I'm at work. I can't hear. Did they get him? Yes, they got him, Mom. Thank you for jumping in. Yeah, they got him early this morning. Brandy sent me a message. I can't get into it. Damn it. Having a problem with this stupid Discord again. I'll pull it up though, and we'll look at it, guys. But they got him this morning, and he was still, weirdly enough, I was surprised. He was still in that area. I think it was Pulaski County that picked him up. Let me see here real quick. Again, thank you all for joining us today. Let me see here. Let's see. Show. Well, let's give you this first. For those of you that weren't familiar, that may not have been in here last night. Let's see if they have it in here. We'll go with this. And then we'll give you the update on it. I really am, too. I really am surprised.
Live 5 News.
Now, police continue to search for a man accused of murdering people in Alabama and Oklahoma.
That includes a double murder in Sequoia County just last night.
Everyone is in a disarray right now.
All new at 5, we're also hearing from the family of one of the victims about who she was and her legacy. Our breaking team coverage of the search for this man, Stacy Lee Drake, continues.
Just so you guys know, this was, hey, Kel, good to see you, hun. This was 19 hours ago before they got him, but I want everybody to understand what we were looking at until they got him. So
right now. Thanks for joining us. I'm Darren Bob.
And I'm Alexandra Burnley. This all started last night after deputies were called out to a business on Highway 64 in Sequoia County. They arrived at LaFerry's propane between Sallisaw and Gans. Sequoia County investigators and agents with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigations say they found 2 employees, a man and a woman, dead inside of that business. We're told Drake stole a vehicle from the scene that was later found 125 miles away in the parking lot of a hotel in Morrilton. He was not with that vehicle, and Morrilton police say they have fanned out across the city looking for him. Tonight, state police believe he's still in that area.
Here's another look at Drake. Police say they believe he is the suspect in that double homicide investigation in Sequoia County, along with 2 others. Drake has brown hair, brown eyes, stands 5'11", weighs 185 pounds. The police say he is armed and dangerous, so if you see him, don't approach him. Instead, call 911 right away. Right now, we have crews in Sequoia County as the murder investigation continues.
5 News reporter Jose Carranza is there live. And Jose, you just spoke to OSBI. What did they tell you?
That's right, Alexandra and Darren. Agents with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation say they're not releasing the identities of the victim or a possible motive right now, but the multi-state search for Stacy Drake continues. Is suspected of killing 2 employees here at this LaFerry's Propane in Gaines, Oklahoma. Around 6:30 Tuesday night, detectives say they were called out to LaFerry's Propane. That's where they find a man and woman dead inside. Leading the investigation, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation investigators have not yet released their identities, but say they had injuries consistent of homicide.
We were able to identify a person of interest as 50-year-old Stacy Lee Drake.
Authorities in Oklahoma and Arkansas are asking you to be on the lookout, as almost 2 hours later, the investigation continued out of state. Police in Morrilton say they found the vehicle Drake allegedly stole from this business parked outside a hotel, but he was nowhere to be found.
So right now, the main priority of Arkansas law enforcement and Oklahoma law enforcement is to do everything in our power to work together to find this person. Mr. Drake is considered armed. He is considered dangerous at this point.
Wednesday morning, the news would travel across the region with an emergency alert sent to surrounding states.
Shocking. I guess it's the only word I know for it.
Arlen Cunningham lives nearby and is a deacon for his son's church just across the road from the crime scene.
I mean, we don't have any of that kind of stuff around here that I know of. I mean, there may be petty crimes. There's, that kind of stuff.
Now, everyone's on the lookout for information, finding out that Drake's truck was abandoned on East Redwood in Sallisaw Saturday, also knowing that the 2 unidentified were part of their community.
There's some families that are going to be devastated. And that's a horrible thing to get that kind of information suddenly. And I feel sorry for them. So we will be praying for those people. That I can tell you.
Again, authorities believe that he is armed with a handgun and say he is very dangerous. If you do come to encounter him, they say, please do not approach him and call 911. Live in Sequoia County.
So that was yesterday and in the evening, and we were in here till 2 a.m. this morning with it. I had the scanner rolling, this and that and everything else. They were checking a lot of people looking for him, and he was seen last buying some like camping gear. So I imagine, along the lines of what the Cavalcante scenario was like, that he was in the woods, so on and so forth. And I went to bed figuring I was going to get up and we were going to run it again and follow it. And as of 10 o'clock, Brandy sent me a message and said they got him. So let me see here. I don't know why there hasn't been. And his whole story is very strange. Let me see if I can find it over here somewhere. The way it all went down, it should have never went down like that. I'll say that much. Unless they're waiting. I thought there would have been. Here we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Took me a minute, but I found one. I thought I would have been everywhere at this point, but I guess not. All right.
Hi, I'm Victoria Missick, and I teach one of the most diverse acting classes in the world. Working with Adobe Acrobat AI Assistant, I am creating the Business of Acting manual to help others navigate through this industry. A manual of this size would take me maybe a year. With AI Assistant, it gives you a skeleton to follow.
Walks up, walks with dog.
4 to 6 weeks. AI Assistant helps me create the time to create new experiences. It's what I live for.
Hey, Virginia. Thanks for popping in, hon.
What's up, Virginia? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us. Miss Paula, welcome back. Pandora's Box. Heather Quinn.
Hey,
There's
Paula.
Mama Bear. Walks the dogs. Yeah, they showed who the victims were in the one area. What do we got here?
Oh yeah, that's what she
Where'd that come from? Okay, so are they going to show this or speak, or what are they going to do? I mean, I guess this is the apprehension. Ange Carter, welcome, and you are welcome. Thank you for being part of this community. We appreciate that very much. I think your membership came from Kimber, New England 2020. Welcome, and thank you very much. Guys, keep your membership, keep your gifting open to receive memberships, because you never know when you're going to get one. There's a lot of generous people in this community, and I like to give back every so often too.
They're just moving this.
Uh-oh. There's a lot of trees there.
I'm having a Final Destination flashback.
That's what that was definitely not listed as what it was. It's not showing anything.
Hey, Terry. Yeah, I bet they are. I'd still have.
It said that he was apprehended, which is why I pulled that up. But
Yeah, Paula, they caught him.
Authorities, Stacy Drake apprehended in Conway County 2 hours ago.
Oh, I suppose, Wisdom, this one time. Next time
Welcome back, Miss Terry. It says, what the hell? I guess I'm going to have to read this to you then. It doesn't give the video. Okay, hold on. So, there we go. Morrilton, Arkansas. Stacy Lee Drake was arrested in Morrilton after a days-long manhunt. Conway County deputies confirmed on Thursday morning Drake is accused of 4 recent killings, including a double homicide at LaFerry's Propane in Sequoia County, Oklahoma, on the evening of Tuesday, June 18th. The next morning, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, OSBI, identified Drake as the suspect, describing him as armed and dangerous. Throughout Wednesday, June 19th, an alert was sent out about a manhunt for Drake. How did I just do that? There it is. His previous known location was 125 miles east of LaFerry's Propane at a hotel in Morrilton, Arkansas. Authorities believe that he'd stayed in the area and warned the Morrilton community to call 911 immediately. if they thought they'd seen him. Arkansas State Police said Drake had stolen a car after the Sequoia County double homicide. That vehicle had been found at a hotel in Morrilton, which was believed to be his last known location. Throughout the day on Wednesday, surveillance camera photos were released to the public, and ASP said they believed Drake had purchased camping gear. Officials with the Conway County Sheriff's Office reported just after 10 a.m. on Thursday, June 20th, that Drake was in custody after being arrested in Morrilton. Arkansas State Police say he was found in a wooded area south of the Morrilton intersection of the University Boulevard and Poor Farm Road. I looked at that last night, too, on that map I pulled up. Around 24 hours after the manhunt was announced, Drake was in custody in Morrilton. The Arkansas National Guard and the Arkansas Division of Community Correction assisted in the search. ASP says Drake is currently being held at the Conway County Detention Center. Once the manhunt for Drake was announced on Wednesday, the Morrilton Police Department said he was suspected in 4 homicides. They said Drake had a homicide warrant out of Alabama and was tied to 3 total killings in Oklahoma, including the LaFerrys double homicide. While MPD and Arkansas State Police, ASP, both mentioned Drake being suspected of 3 Oklahoma deaths, OSBI told 5 News on Wednesday that Drake is their main suspect in the double homicide at this time. Right now, we are not connecting this person of interest with any other crime at this point, besides the double homicide in Gans, said Hunter McKee with OSBI. According to Captain Jack Kennedy at the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office, Violent Crimes Unit, VCU, Drake is also a suspect in the death of a 62-year-old Russell Andrews on May 14th. The Sheriff's Office confirmed Drake was in the Tuscaloosa area for a few weeks during this time. They said that he was using a false name. After the murder, the victim's vehicle was stolen by the suspect. Sheriff's Office said that the victim's vehicle was found on camera traveling along the interstate near the Arkansas-Oklahoma border area in the hours after the crime. To date, the victim's vehicle has not been located or recovered. Once they identified the suspect as Drake, TSCO said a warrant was immediately obtained on Drake for murder, and the law enforcement search for him began. Since footage reportedly showed Drake was outside of Alabama with the Andrews vehicle, the Sheriff's Office called the U.S. Marshals Task Force to initiate the search. However, TSCO said Drake was not aware that he had been named a suspect in the case. They said he believed that he had escaped unidentified. Since the onset of the crime spree was announced to the public, Drake's decades-long criminal history has come to light, revealing numerous convictions of violent crimes and robberies. His first known felony conviction was in 1994, then again in 2003, both in Arizona. He was convicted in 94 for armed robbery and aggravated assault in 2003. In 2010, he was convicted of multiple felonies. Court documents say that he carjacked a man while pointing a gun at him and led police on a chase before wrecking the stolen truck. The felony convictions from those crimes caused Drake to be classified as a habitual felon under the Armed Career Criminal Act, which is a federal law requiring repeat felons to receive increased sentences. This often referred to as the 3-strike law. Because of Drake's previous convictions, he faced a guideline range of 264 to 327 months in prison. The court sentenced him to 264 months, which is equivalent to 22 years in prison. 6 years into his 22 prison sentence, lawyers on behalf of Drake filed a motion for him to receive a new unenhanced sentence, arguing that both of his first 2 convictions in Arizona were no longer characterized as violent crimes or felonies after a 2015 Supreme Court decision, Johnson versus the United States. In March of 2017, the court agreed and found that one of the early Arizona convictions no longer was a strike against him, and therefore his enhanced sentence was vacated. Drake was resentenced to just over 11 years in prison and was given credit for time served since his arrest in 2010. In the years following the resentencing, Drake was released and was in and out of custody for violating parole. And there he is again. He looks like he reminds me of a crazy looking Jack Nicholson.
That's what somebody else said in the chat.
He does. Like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or something. I don't know. It's probably the hat and the glasses, but still. So, I mean, the guy was a danger, folks. I can't get past the judicial system and the way that they've done some of these things, releasing him because they didn't think that he could commit violent crimes or did or whatnot. And then he does what he does. So, welcome, Sleuths Investigate. He does. Yeah, they back up to the photo of what he looked like when they caught him. Let me see if this plays for you guys.
What the hell possibly could know all this about him and still was let out because he... Who knows?
That's a good point, Terry. Welcome, Terry. Let's see if this plays.
9 out of 10 people don't get enough fiber. Benefiber is the easy, gentle solution
Really?
every day. Its plant-based prebiotic fiber nourishes good bacteria in your gut, working with your body to promote digestive health. With so many ways to enjoy, Benefiber is your fiber, your...
And all new at 10, we're learning more about his lengthy criminal history.
A lot of people are asking us how he could be out right now. 5 News reporter Lauren Spencer joins us. She shares what we've learned about the suspect and why we think someone like him was out. Lauren.
We'll be hearing it.
What'd you say?
Oh, Angie's got to restart her phone. I guess it's on its last leg, so she'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Day trying to piece together who Stacy Lee Drake is. The big question we wanted answered today was, why was the suspect accused of several homicides, as well as other crimes dating all the way back to 1994, out of jail? I took those questions to an attorney who offered some legal insight on the career criminal.
It's pretty tragic that this occurred, but at the same time, not surprising.
Adam Rose is a criminal defense attorney, not involved with Drake.
Typically, when there's escalation over time or career criminals and those types of things, these kind of events sometimes are inevitable.
Back in 1994, Drake was convicted
Why'd you say whoops, tomboy?
of armed robbery. Then fast forward to 2003, he was convicted of a burglary charge, both in Arizona. Next, in 2010, he pled guilty to charges stemming from a carjacking in Alabama. This is when a judge sentenced him to 22 years in prison, which would have put him in jail until about 2032. So why is he out right now?
In his case, essentially what they did was change the severity
I agree.
and the range of punishment on his particular offense.
Meaning his previous crimes were no longer considered violent felonies.
So he got out quite a bit sooner than he probably should have. The legislator, in this sense, that changed the law, and when they changed the law, people slipped through the system that necessarily shouldn't. So the reason he got out early was because his prior sentence was too large for the type of crime that he was actually convicted of. And so they had to modify that down to actually reflect the new law and the new range of punishment, which was significantly lower than what he was originally sentenced to.
In the years following Drake's resentencing, records show he was in and out of custody for various crimes, including violating probation. That stood out in Drake's criminal history to Rose.
Parole office is overbooked and they're overworked. They can't hold someone for super long. So they'll do a 90-day parole hold. But after that hold's over, they're allowed to go free, which also may have been one of the circumstances in his case was the length of the PV hold.
Drake was arrested in March 2022 for robbery during the 2010 carjacking. As part of a plea deal in that case, he was sentenced to 3 years of unsupervised probation, which also stood out to Rose.
Why he was given unsupervised probation when he was essentially a career criminal was pretty shocking. I think, frankly, that was a lack of communication. I think his criminal history score and criminal history either wasn't known or wasn't held to the standard that it probably should have been.
One question we don't have is, when was Drake released from prison? We asked OSBI and they wouldn't answer the question, saying the investigation is still ongoing. Fort Smith police say Drake has ties to the city and that they've had interactions with him dating back to more than a decade. Lauren Spencer, 5 News.
Lauren.
Hello,
Well, of
Mrs.
course, we'll
Mississippi.
continue our team coverage throughout the night into the morning and this week right here on 5 News. We'll also post the latest updates on 5newsonline.com and our 5 News app.
Did you say something?
I said, hello, Mrs. Mississippi. That was a mouthful.
Yes, it is. Agreed. Well, there's that. Interesting. Huh. Show. Let me see here. Real quick, Mama Bear threw something at me here that I was not familiar with. Good Lord Almighty, what the hell is going on with peeps? Just a minute here. Story
I
for
haven't
y'all.
dug into it a whole lot, but wow.
It's an interesting story for sure. Hold on a minute here. Or it looks like it is from what I can see. Show.
Go in quite a bit before it actually starts.
I guess so. Lord.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
It's like half the stream. Where the hell is it?
Yeah. It's there. I mean,
there we go.
And it blew my mind because he comes out, he's not in shackles, he's not handcuffed, nothing. He's just this huge dude.
Let the record reflect the state's president, defense counsel, and the defendant are all present. Are we ready to proceed? Ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, New England. This is Wade Wilson, the tattoo face guy.
I filed a motion yesterday to inform the court. Thank goodness Mr. Hollander is with us, but he is still recouping. He was incapacitated for 3 days.
Yes.
If he wants to.
Kind of quiet. This dude, as soon as I seen his face, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's like the whole video is just kind of them arguing about stuff. But I mean, if you just scroll till you can like actually see his face, is just wild.
Wow. Why?
Now you know about it, Cassie. She's like, no, I haven't heard about it. Oh, yes. Now that I see his face.
This is crazy. I mean, this dude looks like the devil incarnate. Look at his eyes.
I'd
Jesus.
like to know how tall he is. Let me see if I can find out for you real quick.
Council as it relates to the experts. Unfortunately, we're just in light of the compromised position that the state finds itself in, we are ready to proceed today. However, in light of being able to properly respond to defense counsel's presentation, we would not be opposed to the adjournment until Monday in order, for our experts to review the information that's being provided to us and allowing.
Please do not ever let this man out of jail.
He is 6'6".
Damn.
If I can, part of the problem is Dr. Eisenstein, because he's a neuropsychologist.
This guy looks like he's pure evil.
Has this raw data.
Right.
He can't reduce it down to anything until he actually goes back to his office in Miami and puts it into his computer. The program in his office in Miami will extrapolate the data. And
Thank you, SRB.
Be better render an opinion. Obviously, he can't.
Right, Arctic. I don't mind tattoos, but
that,
like you said,
it's already given.
paint by number on my face. Don't.
The time.
Yeah.
We continued this from.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
For all of the experts to do their things, but
doesn't make no sense.
What is it that delayed?
Oh, I bet he does, Nicole.
By today.
If the court recalls, the problem we were having. I'm not going to go through the whole scenario again, but
I wondered New England because there was one picture on one side of his head they had blurred out in some pictures, so I wondered what was there. So that makes sense.
And the crazy thing is the guy looks like he could have been a decent looking dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
Was not accepting the order of appointment.
Oh, you chose to.
Your Honor executed and was filed in the court file because it didn't.
Oh wow.
Consideration of regional conflict counsel. I submitted a new order to the judge when I found out from JAC why they had declined to accept the order of appointment for myself.
I don't know anything about this, so
Yeah, I want to start watching some of the the trial stuff, like his dad's.
Yeah.
I filed motions
When his dad's on
for JAC
the stand and stuff.
JAC was slow in responding. I got everybody up to speed as soon as I could.
What's up, Lala?
Those dealt more with just authorizing the payment for their work.
Oh, he did them while he was in jail. Oh, really?
There's some thin lips everybody's talking about again.
None of these doctors can go forward. As a matter of fact, the defense is basically sacrificing.
Yeah, Kim, the video is hard to hear. You might have to crank it on your end.
Yeah, it's like blasted in here.
I don't know, Mima. Somebody said that he chose not to use the makeup to cover him up. He wanted everybody to see him. But he just got him in jail, apparently.
He didn't have those before?
That's what somebody said.
How long's he been in jail? Thank you, Brandy.
Let's see.
I guess I'll have to pull it up and maybe we'll look into this one. Maybe not today, but
Right.
this seems to be interesting.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't dug into it too much. No, he looks normal. I think 2019. Wow, that's old. Okay.
He's been in there that long?
5 years, if I remember. So that'd be, yeah, could be about right. 2019. Oh, very carefully. They do tattoos all the time in jail. Trust me. That's not uncommon. Never heard of a jailhouse tattoo?
Oh yeah, they get him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Miss Kim Marin, hello. By the way.
Hello, Kim.
Nice t-shirt, Kim. 20 months, just like Mama Bear.
Woohoo!
Congrats. And thank you for being part of this family. You are appreciated so very much. Is this down in this is down in Florida. God, this guy's crazy. Listen.
Wait till you hear some of the things he did. Sorry, go ahead.
Every picture you see of this guy, his eyes have this dead look in it. I mean, I remember the name now.
I do too, but I didn't realize. Yeah. There's this one video here.
Oh wow, his face without tattoos. I see it now.
Did you find
he tried to escape too. Jeez, what a psycho.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nope, that's 4 years ago. Did you have, hold on a minute, were you?
In the back chat, I put another link. It's just more, it's like a 30-minute thing, but it's the story of.
Yeah, okay. There we go. That's what I was pulling up, but I didn't want to put everybody in a. Okay, we'll check this out real quick. That way everybody knows. Again, Kim, thank you so much for being part of this family for so long. We love you. We appreciate you very much. And we're so glad you're still here. Yeah, that's a good point there, Aaron. He definitely needs Jesus or something. Shit. All right, let's check this out real quick, guys.
Maybe mugshot.
Okay, well, weapons involved are mentioned. Yeah, he said he stabbed somebody, I guess. Are you or anyone else in danger right now? I'm sure everybody is around him right now.
evil, an age-old concept that perplexes philosophers and instills fear in the hearts of the innocent, manifests in the darkest corners of human behavior. It is the deliberate choice to inflict harm, to revel in the suffering of others, and to disregard the sanctity of life. The crimes committed by
fine,
Wade
Nicole.
Wilson exemplify this kind of evil. Wilson's heinous actions reveal a man utterly lacking in empathy or remorse, highlighting the hostility that can reside in some individuals. However, his story also showcases the resilience, integrity, and strength of the people and systems that
I plan on doing that, New England, with certain cases for sure. So I appreciate that very much. And thank you, Mama Bear, for that.
You're welcome.
resolutely opposed his actions and worked tirelessly to secure justice for the victims. Let's dive into the harrowing case of the Face of Evil. It was a seasonably warm 84 degrees in Fort Myers, Florida on the evening of October 6, 2019. Melissa Montanez and her boyfriend of 6 months, Wade Wilson, decided to head to the Buddha Bar in Cape Coral for a night of drinks, music, and fun. According to a police report, they pulled up in Melissa's sleek, gray 2015 Dodge Hellcat. Inside the bar, however, it was anything but sleek, as a heated argument erupted between them about Wade's desire to leave and visit someone's house, a plan Melissa was firmly against. Frustrated, Wade claimed he needed to grab something from the car and went outside. Moments later, Melissa followed, only to witness her Hellcat leaving the parking lot. Strangely, Melissa didn't observe Wade in the driver's seat. The harsh reality dawned on her. He had abandoned her. Stranded without a ride and not wanting to go home, Melissa reached out to her friend Amy, who promptly picked her up and took her back to her place. Exhausted, Melissa soon passed out. By 8 a.m. the next morning, she groggily realized that Wade had been trying to contact her multiple times from an unfamiliar number. When she finally picked up, Wade's voice came through, loud and furious, demanding to see her immediately. Uneasy due to his history of violence and drug use, Melissa agreed to meet in public at her workplace. She asked Amy to come with her for support and safety, and Amy agreed. As soon as Wade pulled up to her location, she knew something was off, as she did not recognize the car he was driving.
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila's Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes.
And was it a car that you recognized?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
Yes.
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
No.
Now, when you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
Yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, "Where are my keys? Where's my car?" He was calm and just saying, "Get in the car, get in the car." And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your dress?
He's pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles to me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does the fight move at some point?
Yes. So I either get dragged, pulled, can't remember, by my hair, arm, or dress, to I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase and I'm holding on to that, and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911. So I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there. And that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila Spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
Melissa eventually managed to break free and ran to a nearby business seeking safety. Moments later, at 8:48 a.m., Fort Myers police arrived at the scene of the altercation. Multiple 911 calls had reported a man assaulting a woman. Officer Tim McCormick met Melissa at the Mila Spa in downtown Fort Myers, where she identified Wade Wilson as the assailant. She recounted the harrowing assault and mentioned that Wade was last seen driving a black Nissan Versa. By then, Wade had already fled the scene, prompting the police to issue an alert for his capture. At the station, Melissa provided detailed information during an interview with a detective. She explained that she and Wade had been together for 6 months after meeting through a mutual friend. They lived together for the first 2 months until Wade was incarcerated for about 3.5 months. Despite his imprisonment, Melissa maintained contact with him and decided to give him a second chance upon his release. While she had heard from others about Wade's abusive behavior, her primary concern was based on her own experiences with him. Wade's criminal records, however, revealed him as a habitual offender with over 20 arrests since 2010 for charges including fraud, trespassing, and physical abuse. In subsequent court testimony, Wade's biological father provided additional insight into his son's upbringing.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testaseca.
Mr. Testaseca, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name? How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
They went to church with Wade's mother's parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you're his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
No, I went up and visited him one time in Tallahassee.
Okay. Now, did he often ask you for money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your relationship turn into a situation where he was just asking for your help?
Yes, ma'am.
As Melissa's interview with the detective continued, she expressed that she was terrified of Wade, believing that if he had succeeded in forcing her into the vehicle, she would not be alive to tell her story. Melissa mentioned to the detective that Wade had been calling her in the morning hours from numbers she did not recognize, including one with a 603 area code that police ran against a database. They learned the number belonged to a Christine Ann Melton of Cape Coral, whom Melissa had never heard of. Soon thereafter, officers arrived at Christine Melton's home on the 4000 block of Tudor Drive, only to discover that officers from a neighboring jurisdiction were already on the scene.
10, we have an update on a story we've been following all day. Cape Coral police confirmed that they are investigating the death of a woman who lived on Tudor Drive. That woman has been identified as 35-year-old Christine Melton. Viewers tell us she is a waitress, and those we spoke to said they didn't see Melton very often and were wondering what happened.
Well, you think something bad has happened because you don't get yellow crime scene tape put up for no reason.
35-year-old Christine Melton was described by those closest to her as a protector who loved fiercely, a precious soul, and an irreplaceable force, a once-in-a-lifetime person. Cape Coral police officers classified her death as suspicious and launched a homicide investigation. Notably, her vehicle was missing from the driveway, a black Nissan Versa. This discovery intensified the authorities' efforts to locate both Wade and Christine's vehicle, prompting an urgent and expanded search. Soon after, about 5 miles away, Fort Myers police officer Tim McCormick received information regarding Melissa's battery and spotted a vehicle and driver matching Wade's description in the parking lot of a Joe's Crab Shack restaurant. To ensure a coordinated response and his own safety, Officer McCormick quickly called for backup.
How you doing? What's going on, man? You're waiting on your girlfriend? Oh, okay. That's no problem. No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in their car and everything like that. Oh, okay. She's on her way down. Okay. Okay. L41 to bike 5. ETA? Got me up 10-12. I'll explain it to you when my partner gets here, okay? Yeah. How about this morning? Say again? Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's going to happen. Is the car running? Shut the car up for me. It's off. I'm going to detain you until I figure out what exactly is going on. Wait, you don't want any trouble for me? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have you step out of the car, and I'm going to detain you. Not arrest. Detain you right now. Okay? And I can't have any problems. You understand me? All right. What's that? Bike 5, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. to detain you? Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery? I will. No. Just relax. Let me see the keys to the car. Let me see the keys to the car. Keys. Keys. Wait, we're not going to have any problems. Just give me the keys to the car. Wait. Just wait till my partner gets here. No, 4-1. Gonna need a couple more minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hey. Don't do it. He's in his car, attempting to take off. Back out. Yes, please. He's taking off, Fort Myers. Just ran a stop sign going up towards McGregor.
Wade managed to escape and drove over 6 miles from Fort Myers to a business on Hancock Bridge Parkway in Cape Coral. Desperate for help, Wade approached Josh, a businessman he knew through a previous employer. He pleaded for money to buy a bus ticket out of town. When Josh declined, Wade, in a state of agitation, said, "No, you don't understand, Josh. I killed people last night." Alarmed, Josh stepped outside and immediately called 911.
911, what is your emergency? I have a very unstable man that I guess wanted at my office, Hancock Bridge Parkway. He's got tattoos, he's shirtless, he's killed some people, and he just hurt a girl in Hancock Bridge Parkway. Okay. What is the phone number you're calling from? 239. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. The gentleman's name is Wade something. I have no idea. I went back to my office, my business there, and he was there. He was just a cordial friend of a friend associate. He just did something bad, I guess, was running from somebody, but I need to get him out of my place. And he's saying he's done all these crazy things to somebody and has a stolen car there. It's very odd. Very, very odd.
Police quickly arrived at the scene but were unable to immediately locate Wade. During their search, the Cape Coral Police Department learned that Wade was also wanted by the Fort Myers Police Department for the battery against Melissa. Cape Coral officers established a perimeter and extensively searched, but Wade remained elusive. As Cape Coral police contended with his escape, they were alerted to another urgent situation nearby. Authorities announced they were looking into the disappearance of a 43-year-old mother of 2, Diane Ruiz. Beloved by the community, Diane was reported missing around 4 p.m. after failing to show up for her morning shift at the local Moose Lodge. Her purse was later found abandoned along a roadway. The investigation into Diane's disappearance suggested possible foul play, prompting authorities to classify her as missing and endangered. A black 2019 Nissan Versa was reportedly observed between 10:15 a.m. and 11:15 a.m., traveling eastbound near the area where Diane was last seen. Later that evening, authorities received the break they had been hoping for. A detective had previously contacted Wade's biological father and asked him to alert the police if Wade called. During court testimony, Wade's father frankly recounted what transpired.
Now, did he end up calling you later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you in that call that evening?
The final call.
Nope, the call before the final call.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story,
So at this point, when he says that there were 2 people that wouldn't be with us and that he was a killer, did you put a lot of weight into that?
No, ma'am.
Do you think he was just telling you a story?
He's a good storyteller.
So did he then call you back a 3rd time?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did he call you back?
It was around 10 o'clock.
I want to go back to that dinner time call. When he talked about these 2 people who were no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
So let's go now to the 10 o'clock call. Again, your wife knew about kind of what was going on during that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called back at 10, did he go into more details about what he had told you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with the first girl. If you could tell the jurors, what did he tell you?
He just said he met a girl at a bar. They went back to her house, hung out for a little bit, and then she fell asleep.
What did he say happened after she fell asleep?
He said he got on top of her and choked her.
What name did he call her? Did he refer to her in a derogatory term?
He said, I choked that bitch.
Okay. And what did he say he did after he choked her?
He said he stayed in the house for a little while, and then he rolled her up and was going to try to put her in her trunk, but he couldn't lift her.
Did he say why he was unable to put her in her trunk?
He said that he felt like rigor mortis had started to set in.
And does rigor mortis make your body stiff? You didn't know?
I think so.
So he just told you that was the reason that he couldn't lift her and get her into her trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said her trunk, it was the trunk of her car he was going to put her in?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did he tell you he did when he couldn't get her body into her own trunk?
He left her there and took her car.
What did he say about the second girl?
He said he saw her walking down the street and stopped and asked her for directions. And she got in the car with him.
What did he say happened once she got in the car with him?
He said he reached over and choked her.
And did he tell you that he choked her while he was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did he say happened after he choked her?
He said he was looking for a place to put her body.
Did he find a place where he eventually dumped her body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about the situation when he got to the place where he was going to dump her body?
He said that he pulled her out of the car and realized that she was still breathing.
So what did he tell you he did when he realized she's still breathing?
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
Now, the whole time that he's telling you these details, is your wife hearing any of these details?
I had the phone on speakerphone.
Now,
this dude is crazy.
He's beyond crazy.
Crazy.
Spaghetti.
Insane.
I'll never look at spaghetti the same again.
Do you know how many times you have to run somebody over with a vehicle to make them look that way? Like he was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's crazy. This dude's, I mean, not only does he look insane, he's insane. What's up, Clue? And who else just jumped in here? Meemaw, good to see you. Nothing, just gone. Oh, it's too hot to be even in the damn pool. For show.
Yeah.
Faux show. Yeah, this guy's insane. Insane. In the membrane. Faux show.
Prior to him telling you these details, how did you feel about turning him in to law enforcement?
I initially wanted to help him.
Okay. Did you feel conflicted about giving him over to law enforcement initially?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point when you're talking with him, did that feeling change?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I just thought, what if that was my mom or my daughter or sister or wife? I wouldn't want somebody to do that.
And did you have additional concerns of what might happen if you didn't turn him into law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that, sir?
He would have done it again.
Now, after he's telling you all these details, do you know where he's at when he's telling you these things?
I just knew he was in a house that he broke into when he was running from the police.
Did you know the actual address of this house he broke into?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you were talking to him and you decided that you needed to give the information to law enforcement about his whereabouts, how did you get that address from him?
I told him I was going to send him an Uber and I needed the address.
Wade's father relayed his son's whereabouts to a detective, who then passed the information to the U.S. Marshal Service and the Regional Fugitive Task Force. Wade had broken into and was hiding in a home occupied by a married couple who, fortunately, had left town for Ohio just that morning. The agencies made contact with Wade, and after about 30 minutes of giving loud verbal commands for him to exit the residence, he opened the front door, where agents took him into custody without incident. Wade was transported to the Cape Coral Police Department for booking and later to the Lee County Jail. According to a report published online dated October 15, 2019, and authored by Caitlin Greenackle, Wade's ex-girlfriend, Melissa, claimed that Wade called her from jail the previous day and confessed to killing Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz, whose body was found in a field behind a Sam's Club on October 10th. He admitted over the phone to me that he killed both those women. He strangled both of them. He said he just felt like it. He said he was on drugs and it messed him up, explained Melissa. About 6 weeks after the deaths of Christine and Diane, the state attorney's office organized a press conference to make an important announcement regarding the case against Wade Wilson.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I am State Attorney Amira Fox, and I stand here today with Cape Coral Police Chief Dave Newland and our teams from both our offices to announce the indictment of Wade Stephen Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton.
Hey, Clue, what's happening, sis? Yeah, in a sense, kind of like it just was going on and on and on and on. And he kept doing it. If he wouldn't have been caught, he kept doing it. Have you heard anything about this case, Clue?
I mean, I don't even know the guy's name.
Wade Wilson down in Florida.
Oh, is that the one?
He got the tattoos all over his face.
But is that the one that killed the four of them? The 4 people?
No, I think it was just the two. I think this is new to me, so I'm about to learn the rest of it. But he's got like a bunch of tattoos on his face, like a skull thing.
No,
tattoo.
that's not.
The guy you're thinking of is Atwood.
Atwood. Okay, then.
Oh yeah, Atwood. That's the other dude in Florida. Yeah, that's the other
Yeah.
one. That's another crazy ass one. When do you see this? I want you to see this dude's face. He looks like Satan.
I saw him.
His eyes are dead.
Yeah.
And he's 6'6", so he looks like some giant freak. Crazy dude. Giant freak.
Age 35, and Diane Ruiz, 43, both of Cape Coral. The Lee County Grand Jury met today and returned an indictment against Wilson for 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. He was also indicted for 1 count each of battery, grand theft of a motor vehicle, burglary of a dwelling, and first-degree petty theft. Christine Melton was found dead in her Cape Coral home on October 7th. The body of Diane Ruiz was found on October 12th in a field in Cape Coral, 4 days after she was reported missing. I hope today's indictment brings some small comfort to the families of these victims. These two women were preyed upon by the defendant, and their murders impacted their families and shook our community. The Cape Coral Police Department investigated these homicides and the events leading up to them, which led to the arrest of the defendant. And I want to say a huge thank you to Chief Newland, his command staff, and the two detectives who worked this case, among others who stand up here with us today, Detective Bell and Detective Jones, and thank them for the absolutely excellent investigative work. They were meticulous, they were patient, and that is why we stand here today with a successful indictment for 2 counts of first-degree murder.
The following day, Wade made his initial court appearance on the charges via remote video.
Wade Wilson, 19 CF 568. Mr. Wilson, you're charged with first-degree murder, grand theft auto, battery, a second first-degree murder, burglary of a dwelling, occupied, and petty theft. State want to be heard?
Briefly, Judge. Andreas Gardner on behalf of the state. The state respectfully requesting Mr. Wilson be held no bond.
Defense?
The other charge on that simply Judge Manning took testimony and signed the no bond. Any other bond motions will be conducted with the trial judge.
Very good. Mr. Wilson will be held without bond. Your court date is November 25th, 2019 at 8:30 a.m. in courtroom 4A. If somehow you get out of jail, you will have no contact directly. Is that someone? All right. You will have no contact directly or indirectly with Melissa Lynn Montez. Is away from 29 Wilson Street in Fort Myers, Florida. Do you understand that, sir?
Sure.
That's all for today.
Since his arrest in the early hours of October 8th, 2019, Wade was held in custody without bail. His trial faced numerous delays over the years due to frequent continuances and pretrial motions. During this period, Wade underwent a bit of a personal transformation, notably adding numerous facial tattoos, including Nazi symbols. In response, the defense requested the court allow facial makeup to cover these tattoos, arguing they could prejudice the jury. Although the court granted this request, the defense ultimately chose not to use the makeup. Following an alleged escape attempt by Wade, the trial was finally ready to proceed. On June 10th, 2024, a jury was seated and opening arguments were heard in the capital case of Florida versus Wade Wilson. Throughout the trial, multiple witnesses came forward to report that Wade confessed to the murders of Melton and Ruiz. In fact, the defense did not dispute many of the facts in the case, but argued for diminished responsibility, at one point claiming, "He's just whacked out of his mind." After roughly 2 hours of deliberations, the jury reached a verdict.
Verdict. All right, do you have the verdict form? All right, you pass that to the bailiff. The verdict form appears to be in order. I'll have the clerk publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit and in Fort Lee County, Florida, criminal action. State of Florida versus Wade Wilson. Case number 19 CF 0568. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follow as to the defendant in this case. Count 1, first-degree murder, Christine Melton. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 2, grand theft motor vehicle. The defendant is guilty of grand theft motor vehicle. Count 3, battery. The defendant is guilty of battery. Count 4, first-degree murder, Diane Ruiz. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
A jury found Wade Wilson guilty on all counts, including the first-degree murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. The penalty phase of the capital case against Wade will begin on June 20th. In this tale of one man's evil actions, we take a moment to acknowledge the extraordinary resilience and courage of those who dared to stand against him. The brave individuals who played a vital role in ending Wade Wilson's reign of terror deserve recognition for their selfless actions and unwavering determination. For example, Stephen Testaseca, who became a father in his early teen years and made the difficult choice to have him put up for adoption, faced an unimaginable emotional conflict when he decided to turn his son in to the police. The bond between a father and son is deeply rooted in love, loyalty, and protection, so he was likely tormented by the thought of his son facing the consequences in a capital case. On the other hand, Mr. Testaseca understood the gravity of his son's actions and the urgent need to prevent further harm. He felt a moral and civic responsibility to protect the community and ensure that no additional lives were lost due to Wade's violent tendencies. He stepped up and made the right call. Similarly, Melissa Montanez showed remarkable bravery in the face of fear. Her willingness to provide critical information and testify against Wade was instrumental in his arrest and conviction. Her actions helped to bring justice to the families of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz, offering them some measure of peace and closure. These acts of courage and integrity highlight the strength of individuals and the systems in place to uphold justice. It reminds us that it takes a village to ensure that justice prevails and that the light of humanity shines through.
All right. Well, that was interesting. This dude just like, I wonder if is going to get the death penalty. I imagine it would be on the table for what he did, but he has a swastika under his eye where normally a teardrop dummy only soldiers put them, obviously, like that when moving rates. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Thanks for the info, Mama Burr. Show. Let's see here. I was going to show you guys something else, and I completely forgot what it was. Hold on a minute. That threw me off. Yes, they are crazy. People are insane crazy. Too many of them, too. Let me see here. Where'd it go? You still here, Clue? Being all quiet. Being all quiet and stuff. What do you got going on today?
Nothing.
Anything fun or exciting?
No.
Cool. Okay. We covered the. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Let's see something. Okay. I had two things that popped up that I was going to review with you guys on Madeline Soto's case. Okay. All right. Let's see what has to be said here. Love me some Vinny. All right, guys. This is from yesterday.
When those first Orange County deputies responded and spoke to Stephen Stearns. Fascinating to look at that. Also, Jen Soto is there, and she's actually speaking more than Stephen Stearns. What is she saying? What is her body language saying? That is something we're going to take a look at tonight. But first, let's play for you one of the videos. And this is the video of the first responding officer making.
So I thought this was interesting because they do a whole thing about her body language, and I thought that was interesting to look at, considering what everybody has been wondering in regards to her scenario along with this case. So
the first in-person contact with Jen Soto and Stephen Stearns. Let's take a look.
Of course. Do they speak English?
Yes, this is Mom.
This is Mom? Okay. Hi there.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
Alright, so people are still on the scene, let's put that out. Maybe the hospital location, how long?
I'm trying to get that right now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Alright.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today,
Okay.
and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here, because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Okay. What's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madeline.
one thing I absolutely hate about these, I hate that he tries to speak for the mother every time a question is asked throughout every time they talk about her, he tries to open his dickhead mouth and speak for her. Pisses me off.
Last name?
Soto. S-O-T-O.
S-O-T-O?
Yeah.
Date of birth?
February 22nd, 2011.
February 27th, 2000?
22nd.
Oh, sorry, 22nd.
2011.
2011.
Just her 13th birthday.
13.
1418 Charlie Worldwide, what's the name of the single aid?
Madeline Soto, age 13. I'm trying to get a clothing description now. What was she last seen wearing?
26 County Charlie Worldwide, people hit my call 931, the same call.
Green hoodie,
Green hoodie.
white Crocs,
White Crocs.
either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts? Okay. Black shorts. All right. Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live.
She doesn't know where they live. Okay.
I asked all of them.
Okay. Is this like, does she like have any places that you guys know that she'll usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Typically, no.
Not typically? No. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me
See, and another thing with this that bothers me too is this guy just got there. He hadn't been there in a while, and he just gets there that day, I believe it was, or the night before, and you know all these things. You don't know what's going on. I think he was doing all this talking because he was nervous, personally. Checking chat. Sorry, guys. Moving on.
Thank you. No problem. And what school she goes to?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Hunters Creek Middle? All right, cool. 125.
Coming up next.
When you look at Stephen Stearns, he seems almost uninterested to be there. Like, here we are, it's late, we're sitting here, we're talking to police. His behavior is so strange to me. He doesn't seem alarmed by any of this.
Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with the latest and breaking true crime.
One you might not expect to witness is calm, especially when the child's mother is in that room. Here's more of our investigation.
125. Do you have a picture of her? Can you airdrop it to me?
To answer that question, where'd it go? Where are all those people? There it is. No, I don't think so, Mima. I know this is her mother. This is Jen's mother. I think this is somebody that works for them. I don't know who these kids are. They might be. I don't think that's her sister. Steph, I don't think that's her sister, no. So I don't know for a fact.
Yeah, I know. Let me see which picture. I don't know which picture.
Looking recently, probably from a birthday party, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't there, so I have to look at.
Actually, Mima, they didn't call police until they went to her mother's office, and her mother forced her to call the police. And, was like, why didn't you do this already? What's up, Raspberry? Yeah, that's a good point, Bama. But yeah, that's why they weren't going to call the police. And her mother was like, why the hell haven't you called police yet? You need to do that now. You know what I mean? So.
What's up?
Go ahead. That's what I'm about to grab right now. Yeah.
And you see how long it's taken her to find a picture of her child? Her one and only child. It's taking her that long to find a picture of her. Something's wrong with that, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Is this a good enough picture, or do you need a whole body picture? Okay.
¿Cómo así?
How do I airdrop? I don't know how to do it.
I got you. Okay, where's the photo? Right there.
It's on WhatsApp.
That's fine.
I saved it to my photos, so you could go.
You saved it to your photos?
Yeah, we can just go straight to the photos.
Okay, perfect. Give me a second. Okay. I'm gonna send it out right now to my other guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. So I'm watching this. Two things strike me right away. The first being the general kind of tone and atmosphere where Jen Soto is, Stephen Stearns, and the rest of their family. There's an eerie calmness in there. Now, I don't know if things were hectic before or things get hectic after. I'm wondering when and maybe a lot of searching was done before this moment, because this is like, 8 o'clock at night. I don't know. I'm trying to understand that part of it, because I don't know what happened before this, and I don't know if there's something that happens after this. But in this moment, everyone's kind of sitting around very calm with a just turned 13-year-old girl missing. That really strikes me here. The other thing is Stephen Stearns. It's tough to look at him. Let me bring in my guests. Joining me in Orlando, Florida tonight, WFTV investigative reporter Shannon Butler. Also with us, retired police commander, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, author of the book Deceived, and all proceeds from the book this Deceived are going to Child Victims Center, which is being built. So that's important stuff. Mike King is with us. Let's go straight to Shannon Butler, WFTV investigative reporter. Shannon, your first initial reaction to this first video that we just watched.
Well, my first reaction was the same as yours. I couldn't believe how calm Jen Soto was. We're both parents, Vinny. We both have children. And if my daughter was missing, I don't know that would be my reaction to that. But when you look at Stephen Stearns, he seems almost uninterested to be there. Like, here we are, it's late, we're sitting here, we're talking to police. His behavior is so strange to me. He doesn't seem alarmed by any of this. It's easy.
Now, if you look at the clock on the wall in the back, it's almost 7:45. She went to the school at 4 to pick her child up and wasn't there. So we're going on 4 hours it took her to call police, and only did it because her mother said you need to call them now. What the hell are they going to do, you guys? Just let it go? I mean, this is crazy. This is what tells me that I believe she's involved because of that alone. Because her mother, from my understanding, her mother said, if you don't call them, I'm going to. Well, then there you go. So.
To say that now because we know so much more than we did the day that this video was taken. But their behavior, I think, raises a lot of questions for a lot of people.
Do we know, Shannon, if they had searched the area themselves earlier in the day, trying to figure out where Madeline could be? Because they know that she didn't go to school. So at this point, it's 12 hours it's about 12 hours that she's missing.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions about what that amount of time. Now, she called police as soon as, that the little girl didn't make it to school. But if you remember, Stephen Stearns was really clear that he didn't do any of the searching. Remember, he said, I don't was doing, but he didn't search at all. At this point, our understanding, there was no, searching to see if she was nearby. I think they were trying to gather, what happened. But no, they were not out there, going through the bushes and things like that we know of. We have not been told of any of that. And usually something like that would be hard to even for us not to hear. Somebody and said, hey, there's a huge search for a little girl this afternoon. We don't see her. But Stephen Stearns was very clear. He didn't search for her.
And he's the one who knows, according to his story, right? Exactly where he dropped her off, where he was. How on earth, if that child didn't make it to school, you're not there looking and searching and calling police and calling as many of your friends, if you have any friends, coworkers, everyone together. Let's find, because I know at some point there was a search, right? At some point there's a search.
Well, it wasn't like a community search. You know, we've seen with other cases how you get the community out and they start doing searches. Police do what's called a grid search in those kinds of areas. But this didn't happen in this case, which was really interesting. There was not huge search parties. So it was very clear from the beginning that those investigators already knew that there was no reason to look for her, at least alive, in that general vicinity. Remember, they had video very early in this case, and they had already believed that Madeline Soto was dead. At that point, immediately it turned into, we hope that someone gives us a tip so we can find where Madeline Soto might be. And in the end, that's exactly what happened. But this was not a case where we had huge search parties.
Still to come.
The thing that really jumped out at me was that we talk about crime scene staging, but this is more story staging, because she stepped right up with a story that seemed like she'd rehearsed a little bit. It may have even been in cue with what she was directed to say. But he stands back kind of watching, and boy, you can tell how unhappy he is about being there.
This is Mom.
This is Mom? Okay. Hi there.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to drop her to school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid, or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
Alright, so people are still on the scene. Let's put that out. Any possible location? How long?
13.
I'm trying to get there right now.
Absolutely.
Okay. So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here, because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got a notice, an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
It's like around where these communities were.
Okay.
And it's just like in this stretch, like we could see the overpass down there.
Where's the school?
Just on the other side of the overpass.
So somewhere around here.
So yeah, somewhere, maybe not this one, but the next one possibly is right in this stretch. We just came.
Hold on a minute. Did you guys just catch that? Hold on a second. He just said, one second. Let me make sure I'm hearing this right before I say it.
Just like in this stretch, like we could see the overpass.
He just said we could see the overpass. Did he or did he not? He's describing the drive in the morning and all that with school and stuff. We could see the overpass down there. Who's we? Because according to the story, he was by himself taking her to school and stuff.
Unless he's trying to make it sound like her, like Maddie and him.
Okay. Okay. I got you. Thank you for pointing that out, because I was starting to get mad.
Pass down there.
Where's the school?
Just on the other side of the overpass.
So somewhere around here.
So yeah, somewhere, maybe not this one, but the next one possibly is right in this stretch. We just came down and we drove about halfway down. She was like, "That's good right here."
And when was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
5'1".
Weight?
110 pounds.
110, 100.
Hair color?
Blonde.
Blonde, like that.
Like a dirty blonde? Okay.
eye color.
Does she have any markings on her, like any scars or anything like that?
There's a distinctive beauty mark on her face
On her
here.
face.
On the face, like below the nose or near the nose?
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it. Big.
Any other scars or anything like that? Would you know?
Again, he's doing all this talking and giving description, doing this. I mean, this guy is not her father, stepfather, nothing. He hasn't even been there. I gotta say that he's doing this and doing all this talking because of his guilt, obviously. In my opinion, I should say, at least, to try to make it look good, per se. I mean, we all know what he did and so on and so forth, but yeah, I did. Definitely did. Hello, my friend. What's up, buddy? Good to see you.
What's up?
Good to
So
have you here.
I'm not buying that the mother had no idea what was going on. I mean, you take one look at this man. He looks like Charlie Manson. He looks like a serial killer.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he's such a. Don't take this offensively, but this guy is such a puss. Okay, the whole interviews where he's all sad and fake crying, and she's rubbing his shoulders and doing this. This shit makes me sick, you guys. It really does. And I said in Salty's show the other day when she was talking about this, I swear, like, she was the one that was the one in charge, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms.
Yeah.
Literally. I mean, this guy whines and cries and pisses and moans about everything, and it drives Salty nuts too. The poodles and taking care of his mom and dad and this and that, and I'm cold and I need a blanket and this boo hoo. I mean,
Yeah,
what?
he reminds me of a certain someone else we know that likes to piss and moan about everything in his life.
Yeah, I can agree. Definitely. So, again, I'm just saying, and it's hard for me. I've really been like running this through my mind, especially after going over the documents with Salty and stuff. I gotta wonder how involved she is in it. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind she's got some involvement, but how involved? I mean, to the point of almost thinking the possibility that she was the one that was in charge of the situation. I know that might sound a little ridiculous, you guys, but in my mind, it's not that ridiculous. Okay. Just saying, there's some things with this that are, I don't know. Just saying. I wanted to watch this because I want to get the idea that this guy puts out about her body language. I don't care about his. We know what he is and who he is. I'm curious about what her body language gives off.
She's so nervous.
Well, when she comes in, the eyes, that creepy, weird look with her eyes when that cop walks in, you're like, wait a minute, what are you doing? And yes, very nervous. The rocking back and forth thing, she's fidgeting and dancing around a little bit, and I'm just saying.
And someone told me, or I heard someone say, that they think that she could have been on something or coming off of something as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he needs to shut up.
Yeah, I agree.
And she sounds like, on a scale of 1 to 10, she sounds about 100 rehearsed.
Oh yeah, I think. Well, like I said, guys,
But I don't know if that's her sounding rehearsed or her being mentally off. You know what I mean?
Or a combination of both. Anybody that would like. Go ahead.
I said that's just what I was fixing to say. Probably a little bit of both.
A bit of both. Yeah, I mean, you can't be mentally stable. Sending your boyfriend to go sleep in a bed with your child.
Yeah, no.
That decision alone tells you that she's not. There's some berries missing from her basket. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Basket.
So, moving on.
Tattoo.
You'd be surprised.
We have a very strong bond. But, I'm the person she goes to when her mom gets in a fight with her and she needs someone to comfort her.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm that person for her, you know.
All of this made me want to vomit on myself. You know, the making himself the priority, the hero, the active parent in her life, this, that, and everything else. Dude, you weren't around. You know, she's so excited for me to be here, for us to all be together, and blah, blah. What? Anyway, just saying.
Gross.
This girl knows nothing but love here in this house.
Everyone has the right to remain silent, but when you report your own child missing, that's the last thing you're going to do. So when you do tell your story, the question is, does it make sense? We have Mike King with us now. Mike, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. We're looking at this. We looked at this first video, the initial contact in person that's made by deputies. Interested in your initial reaction here, right? This is at this point, purportedly a missing child case. Your thoughts about Jen Soto, Steph Stearns, and this initial contact that is made?
You know, Vinny, I felt like I was watching a rerun of the missing boys in California, and the mom and the dad, or at least the foster parents as they got up. The thing that really jumped out at me was that we talk about crime scene staging, but this is more story staging, because she stepped right up with a story that seemed like she'd rehearsed a little bit. It may have even been in cue with what she was directed to say. And I think it's going to be interesting to see if there's some coercive relationship going on between the two as this thing unfolds. But he stands back kind of watching, and boy, you can tell how unhappy he is about being there. But she starts right off with a story that she's already prepared. We dropped her off at school. It was a little bit early. We watched her walk away. And all the other staging that we heard Stern going through with, hey, I'm a good guy. I took her to McDonald's. She didn't want it. I said goodbye. I love you. Oh, by the way, she said, I love you too, as she gets out. All of that verbal staging really jumped out at me, Vinny.
It's hard to judge people you don't know. If you haven't heard them speak or witnessed their body language before, it can be a real challenge to get a true feel for who they are and whether or not they're telling the truth. The problem for Stephen Stearns is that the story he told seems pretty easy to prove false. As a result, Stephen Stearns will be judged by 12 people he doesn't know inside a courtroom at his trials. I'm Vinny Politan. Thanks for joining the investigation, and I'll see you weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern on Closing Arguments.
Home today. I haven't. You haven't. And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, does she have like Apple Watch?
She's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
A school laptop? Is that trackable? I don't think so.
A lot of moving parts in this video. And this is, again, the first contact in person. Orange County deputies responding to the call for a missing child. Let's take a look now. We've got a second video to look at from a second deputy. Again, here's Jen Soto, Stephen Stearns telling the stories.
By any chance, does she have a phone number or phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I haven't.
You haven't.
And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, does she have like Apple Watch?
She's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
A school laptop? Is that trackable? I don't think so.
She got dropped off. She was like, so she's in Beverly's playing car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
Send him this thing, she's in a phase.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she caught her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
Okay.
What was the last thing you asked?
If she went to school,
So I got confirmation from the school that she never made it. They sent me an email saying she didn't make it, but I also spoke to her or emailed one of her teachers directly, and he looked at all her attendance for all her periods and told me she'd make it at all today.
Say it again? No, she's supposed to have a book bag. She was supposed to go to school, but didn't go to school today. DS said negative on that hit at the park. So.
Pursuing local, reference day 21 to a vehicle.
I think
We're going
black
to be
shorts.
an unknown male, gray hoodie, and black pants, black ski mask, and black gloves. No further information, 1064, 1946.
And when was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
5'1",
Weight?
110 pounds.
110, 112.
Hair color?
Blonde, like a dirty blonde.
Like a dirty blonde? Okay. Eye color?
Blue.
Does she have any markings on her, like any scars or anything like that?
There's a distinctive beauty mark on her face.
See that right there? The fact that she didn't even get to speak and he starts describing like physical attributes of her, that's disgusting. Sorry, but that's gross. That tells a lot in itself, you know?
True.
Funny. Stephen said pants and Jen.
I noticed that too.
Yeah, that's just gross to me. He knows more about her than anyway. Moving on.
On the face.
On the face, like below the nose or near the nose?
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it. Big.
Any other scars or anything like that? We should know.
Scars?
No.
Tattoo.
No.
You'd be surprised. Did you put out the description?
I put the top part out. I didn't get the rest of that stuff yet, so I didn't put it out.
Can
Can I just see that phone?
Black shorts, white pants on top, possibly 519. Blonde, dirty blonde hair, blue eyes.
Hello? Yes?
Luna, he wasn't even her stepdad. Nothing even remotely close to that, which is even worse to me. So, yeah. They are in her mother and Jen's mother's insurance office down the road from where they live, I guess. Again, they went to the office saying they were looking for her. And when they went to the office, the grandmother demanded, all right, Mama Bear, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you. Please don't work too hard, and I hope to talk to you soon. The grandmother, which is this lady over... Is that, yeah, I think that's her. I can't tell. It looked like her. When they went in talking about she's missing, the grandmother said, and you didn't call the police yet. And she's like, well, no. And she said, then if you don't do it now, I'm going to. So she was kind of forced to call the police, meaning she wasn't going to. So whatever.
Hi, Principal. I'm okay. How are you?
That's fantastic.
No, currently the police officer's here right now.
Get started in the
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find her
paperwork.
Coming up next.
He doesn't turn to look and say, has somebody found her? I mean, he's got this resolute look on his face, and it's like whatever's going on isn't going to change a thing.
Wednesday. The ultimate betrayals. Back-to-back episodes of Accomplice to Murder. Spell was broken when the handcuffs went click.
Friends and family turning on each other. What he was willing to do for $1 million. But just who is the puppet?
She was a master manipulator.
And who's pulling the strings?
An Accomplice to Murder marathon. Starting Wednesday, noon, 11 Central.
Only on Court TV.
If a child has been missing for 12 hours without a phone, you would expect some desperation and extreme anxiousness from their loved ones. But in the case of Madeline Soto, that wasn't the case. Here's more of our investigation.
Does Does she have any markings on her, like any scars or anything like that?
There's a distinctive beauty mark on her face
On
here.
her face.
On the face, like below the nose, or near the nose?
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it.
Any other scars or anything like that? Which
Scars?
no.
Tattoo.
You'd be surprised.
Still with us, WFTV investigative reporter Shannon Butler and retired police commander Mike King. Mike, the laughter, could we chalk? Is it nervous laughter, or is this like? Did it make you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, it made me feel uncomfortable, Vinny, but you're absolutely right. We have to be able to understand what's normal for them. But I'll tell you something that really stood out to me that hasn't jumped out before, but it really bugs me, Vinny, and that is that as soon as she picks up that phone and says, yes, principal, he doesn't turn to look and say, has somebody found her? I mean, he's got this resolute look on his face, and it's like, whatever's going on isn't going to change a thing.
Shannon, I know you've also taken a look at a new discovery list, some new documents. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the discovery list is basically a list of things that we know now what investigators used in their investigation or anything that they found. And there is dozens and dozens of items. But one of the things that we thought was interesting when we went through some of this over the last couple of days is that those Orange County detectives did use trackers on the vehicles of Jen Soto and Stephen Stearns in those days while they were still looking for Madeline Soto. We did know that there was some video had picked up along that route between their home and where Madeline's body was found. We now know there were, the 7-Eleven, we knew that they had video there. And then I think I've told you guys before, there was video at kind of an industrial type park on the way. Our understanding is that's video where they see him move one location to another from the front seat into the trunk. So we know that in this case, they do have more video evidence that we saw from the apartment complex with the backpack and things like that. It does appear that investigators had quite a bit of evidence very early on in this investigation. It was, of course, that tip from that passerby that helped them locate Madeline's body, but they were pretty well ahead of the game very early on in this investigation.
And Mike King, something else we're looking at, if you look at Stephen Stearns right here on his arm, he's got a Fitbit. That could be a source of information as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. And the fact that they really have a pretty good cellular system set up through that part of Florida. They're not only are pretty good cell towers, and they're in good proximity with a pretty good direct.
You know what, you guys? I've been thinking about something. He was gone for a while, and my understanding is that she requested him to come back down to help out with Maddie, is what it was said. And I gotta wonder if Maddie said something to Jen and or said she was going to say something to somebody else, and she said, hey, she's going to do this or that. I need you to come down here and help me to figure this out or whatever, because it's going to cause problems, so on and so forth. I just wonder. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, it raises huge red flags to me that Jennifer wasn't even going to report her missing until the grandmother got involved.
Right.
And that raises red flags in so many cases. I mean, look at Madalena Kojakari and how long she's been missing, and she was never reported missing. So
exactly. It just makes me wonder if that's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, hey, Mama Bear gifted 5 memberships to the cafe. I can't see who gets them or got them, if any of you can. Thanks, Mama Bear, so very much. Appreciate that. I'm just saying, Indy, I mean, it makes you wonder. He was gone for however long he was gone, and then all of a sudden now he comes back. And you know, I'm just saying, like,
Did you have T-Mobile?
I can't put this past this at this point. Or Jen got jealous of Maddie. I mean, Andy, these things are all
I'll find
very
out.
plausible scenarios.
What kind of cell phone did he use?
I don't know. I think there was something in the documents about
Or what carrier?
I think it was I swear for T-Mobile maybe.
There you go.
Maybe. Why? What did you say that for? A Samsung. Somebody says, why? What does T-Mobile have to do with anything? Or what does the carrier have to do with anything? I mean, no SIM card?
No. Nothing like that. I told fiance, I said, when you feel like your work is for nothing, just know that it was the cell tower network that helped them in
Gotcha.
getting Stefan Stearns, if that makes any sense.
No, absolutely it does. Interesting. Good point. Yeah, I've been wondering if that was the scenario, and that's where her involvement comes into play and things like that. If she's involved, of course, all in my opinion. Allegedly, I should say.
I agree with our. He asked him to come back down there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a situation where you knew he would help you, take the fall for you, whatever?
Yeah. Maybe.
And it's also very weird to me. Like, I would be really interested to know how he managed to get her out of the apartment without being seen.
Yeah.
Because I find it really hard to believe that they had cameras where the dumpsters were, but there aren't cameras like where the actual apartment buildings are.
Yeah, that bothers me a lot.
And this place is a very upscale place too. It's a really nice place, as you know, you guys saw. Expensive, gated type community. So agreed. Especially in a place like this, you know, by the dumpsters and stuff, you would think there should be cameras everywhere.
Yeah, I don't even know why, outside of someone stealing something, but it's not really stealing something if you put it in the trash. It's more or less
unless he did like parked in a certain way where he scoped the cameras out and completely avoided it on purpose, you know.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, why would you only have cameras on your dumpsters? Like, that's.
Yeah, because I've lived in apartment complexes in the hood, and we had, even those had cameras by the swimming pool, pointed at the apartments, pointed at the parking lot. I mean, there were cameras everywhere.
So I still, like, that's what I mean when I say I struggle to know how he managed to get her outside into the car, because, I mean, she's too big. Not, like, not throwing shade or anything, but her age-wise is what I mean. Like, she's too big to.
He couldn't just pick her up and walk around with her like nothing, right?
Well, no, but it's like if your 2-year-old is asleep when you leave the house, it's not abnormal to see someone carrying a 2-year-old.
Somebody sees you carrying a 13-year-old, it's a little different, right?
Right. So I'm like, you're not going to let her like stay asleep and just pack her down the stairs. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I don't believe there was any garages there or carports either. I don't think. I didn't see that, at least. Yeah, that is a good question, though, Clue, because, I mean, I'm sure he did it in the middle of the night. I do feel comfortable with saying that, okay? But
Did what? Like carry her?
put her outside in the car, yeah. But still, cameras would pick something up regardless of where you park the vehicle, I would think.
Well,
Especially,
again, that depends on how far away the cameras were, how pitch black it was, and the quality of the cameras themselves.
he could have, yeah, and maybe he wrapped her in a blanket or something to try to make it look like something else. But then again, at the same time, she was seen sitting in the vehicle as if she was alive in the vehicle in that video that he was setting up to follow his narrative. That's still strange to me too, though.
True.
But if
And did he leave her out there all night? That's the other thing that's weird to me. Like, how did you do this? Go ahead, Clue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That was Jay-Z, I think.
But then the other thing is, Dago, is if that happened, then we know that Jen lied about seeing her the next morning.
Oh yeah,
she said
we already know that.
I mean, she lied about seeing her getting ready for school the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
She was already outside.
She may have seen her, but she did not see her getting ready for school.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
no,
ma'am.
Yeah, she absolutely lied. There's no two ways to look at that. What do you mean, Mad Jen, that she left in your opinion? Probably he drove around with her during the morning in broad daylight. Yeah, he did. But I'm going to venture to say that he took her out to the vehicle at night. I can't imagine he was dumb enough to take her out first thing in the morning, like nothing happened. Then again, this guy's pretty stupid. He's done some dumb things. So, B, that's another good point, too. I can't help but think that her birthday had something to do with it. The start of a new year for her. She told him she was done and didn't want to be. That's what I'm thinking as well. Or said that's enough, but started denying it. You know what I mean? You're not going to do this anymore to me, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I'm over this. Or, he was attempting to do something and she started to get loud or this or that. And I also have to wonder if he had been drugging her because he was taking
capacity of what was happening to her.
Right. He was taking drugs himself that were like tranquilizers, he said, and Ativan and stuff like that. And I have to wonder, was he drugging her and then doing these things? And she was, probably catching on. And maybe the amount of what he was giving her wasn't strong enough anymore, something like that. I don't know. Or that's another one, Shauna. That's a good point, and that does happen. She ended up having a crush on a boy, and he got jealous because these people, I hate to call them people, these creatures are possessive over what they consider to be their property when they do these things.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard stories about that happening before. I mean, you see how he acted. He acted like he lost. It's weird the way he's reacted, like she was, in some senses, a lot of people said he's acting like she was his girlfriend. In his mind, she could be. Just saying. Again, it's just these are things that you got to think about in this weird ass story. Jen even described what she was wearing that day, even if it was wrong. That came from him. Everything came from him. So whatever.
My issue with Jen, even if she's not involved in the murder itself, she still lied several times about what took place. She didn't report Madeline missing, and she's guilty of being an accomplice to the abuse, if nothing else, because she knew what was taking place.
Right.
She had to have.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, what did she think was going on? She's not the smartest cat in the shack either, so you don't know if she had the capacity to realize that or not, but...
Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that your boyfriend doesn't want your 13-year-old daughter in his bed for just comfort. I mean,
Right.
And you got to wonder, not to get gross or weird, but you got to wonder if their intimate relationship, him and Jen's, was lacking because of, you know what I mean? His preference, obviously. And
yeah.
you would think she would probably question, because that does happen. You would think she'd question that. And there's no way she doesn't know these things. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say, if it comes out to be that she had no idea, this is the dumbest person on this planet. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude and ignorant like that, but you are the dumbest person, and you don't know your child. Sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
First off, she chose her. To me, she didn't go to her own daughter's 13th birthday, which you're choosing your work over your daughter's 13th birthday. That's ridiculous. Like,
great point.
Like, get some time management skills and plan for that.
It's not even about that, JC. Clue. Okay, I know you have a daughter. If it's her 13th birthday, that's a big one. Are you gonna build her party around your work schedule, or vice versa? Or are you just gonna say, go ahead and have it, I don't need to be there?
No, you would. I mean, a normal parent, in my opinion, would not miss that. You know what I mean? It's like a milestone birthday. You're a teenager.
Yep.
Like,
yeah. And then she chooses, to me, to cover for the creature over her daughter. So her daughter is literally last place in every aspect
in her life. Yeah.
Exactly.
And you know what, Paula? I forgot about that. That's a huge point. I never thought about that. She says that he was definitely drugging her. The documents say that she was sleeping in the abuse photos. I'll be damned. That does make sense then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because any other child, if they're sleeping, you're doing stuff like this, like they're gonna wake up. You know what I mean? Unless they can't wake up. I'll bet he was. I'd love to see, not that we ever will. I don't want to know the autopsy because she's a juvenile, but the toxicology report, I would love to see that, just to see.
Well, I mean, I'd like to know what the autopsy found. I don't want the photographs or anything graphic like that, but I'd like to know what the autopsy found.
I mean, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry.
Yeah.
Curiously. Definitely the toxicology, though, at that point. And if that's the case, I got to wonder, that's another whole set of charges, isn't it? If there was drugging involved?
I would think so.
It would be something maybe like contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
In that sense, yeah, probably. Or just something by deception, maybe something else. There's something I've heard about with a charge like that before. Still, wow. Just gets deeper and deeper. And that could have been, well, no, B, because we know that she was the manner of death, they said, was a domestic scenario. And then we've heard, there hasn't been any like actual proof yet, but we've heard that it was due to strangulation too. So I don't think that would be it. I think that she fought back and tried to, at least.
And he got mad.
And that's what I think may have happened. I said this before, that if he was drugging her, that he may not have given her enough. She woke up during the scenario and started fighting back against this, and he got angry, and to hold her, or maybe she started making noise. You know, and there's roommates in this house too, and he couldn't have that, so he had to shut her up.
And that brought a whole new light to my, whatever. But they had roommates.
I was thinking that too. Like, what?
Yeah.
Roommates?
There's roommates in that house. They were renting rooms out to other people.
Yeah, so did they not know that this was going on? Like,
That was my question. They did an interview with the one roommate and said that she was she felt horrible because she didn't know about these things, and so on and so forth. And it's like, well, shit. Heather says, I think he strangled her in the car.
That's what I was thinking. If maybe he
That
didn't,
could make sense, yeah.
like she walked out and then
He grabbed a hold of her and yeah.
Mhm.
That could be it, I thought all you guys knew that there were roommates in that house.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah.
I still to see though how he possibly like. I don't think that she was drugged every time, just simply because you wouldn't be telling your friends that you wanted to go live in the woods.
Maybe when she started getting older, he started doing that, because when she was younger, she probably didn't know much of anything any better. And then he seems like a manipulator, this is, I love you. And, all that sick shit. God, this poor girl, they even had it. Listen, they had a bedroom, guys. It was room number 4. Okay. That was set up with a tripod and different things in this room. Like it was for those reasons. Now you're going to tell me Jen didn't know that room existed and what it was?
Exactly.
Come on now. I mean, that's why I can't get past this. I can't.
So playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
If the roommates didn't know, I mean,
how maybe she didn't know. I see what you're saying.
Believe me, my suspicion does not rest there, but I'm playing devil's advocate to the
Well, I mean, and if you want to go that route, we know that Jen was more concerned about work than her own daughter's birthday party. Maybe she simply wasn't around enough to realize that this shit was going on.
Some parents are uninvolved in their child's life too. So go ahead.
And here's the other side of it too, right? So if those are rented rooms, then my suspicion is there's probably a lock on the doors. What if, like,
room number 4 was
a way into the room?
Right. That room was part of their part of the house.
Right. But like if he kept the key or something.
Yeah, no, I got what you're saying.
Now, did Madeline not have a room?
I don't know. I know there was room number 4, and then there was like the living room was.
She slept with Jen and.
Yeah, that's true. They slept. She slept in bed with one or the other. That's the weird thing.
Wait. Okay, hold on.
But
you
Jen
rent
slept
2 rooms. They rent 2 rooms, but she doesn't have her own room.
According to them, she didn't want her own. She had to sleep in bed with somebody for her anxiety.
I don't know. If she was sleeping in the bed with him,
and sometimes Jen had to sleep alone because of her anxiety and go to the other room
and told and would tell those 2 together to go to another bed.
Yeah.
It's so creepy, goofy, weird.
It's just very messed up.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Something bigger happening here. Just wait for it. I still think too that there's a link to the stuff in St. Cloud. I just gotta say.
Well, someone in the chat had brought up a good question. I mean, I'm curious to find out if Madeline was either pregnant at the time that she was unalived, or had she had a previous pregnancy that hasn't been put out to the public yet.
I think if she was pregnant at the time, that would have brought on another charge, possibly.
That would have came about already, I think.
Depending on how far along.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
That's just a whole nother can of worms.
True.
Absolutely.
Oof.
Okay, SRB, thanks. Yeah, I don't even know where to go with this. This is so dark.
Yeah.
And the same thing with Audrey Cunningham. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another horrible one.
Yeah.
These aren't even human beings as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's move on with this.
But they've got microwave and they've got small cell installations. So I think when they're starting to look at the forensics in this particular case, including the bird dog information that they put on the vehicles to track him, I think they're going to really put together a nice breadcrumb trail.
And what did you think of the dynamic? I know you guys interviewed them together, and everyone looked at that and was, quite striking. How about in this video? Do you see any sort of different dynamic between the two, or is it consistent with when WFTV, you guys did the interview with Madeline Soto and Stephen Stearns?
Yeah, it appears to be pretty... It looks the same. It's easy for me to say that now because of how much we know about that couple now. But he was very stoic, kind of like he is here. And I don't know, he almost seems kind of put out by what's going on here. Even in that investigation or that interview that we did with him, he was just so matter of fact, like, I dropped her off, she was rifling through her backpack, things like that, which we know not to be true because the backpack was found in the dumpster. But her behavior also the same. She's, kind of quiet and reserved, even in our interview and even here. But it felt to me then, and it feels to me now, that I'm not sure she's sure about the story of which she gave. For whatever reason that may be, she doesn't seem as solid in that information. I mean, she doesn't even know what color shorts Madeline Soto's wearing. They were blue, not black. So that's pretty consistent with what we saw when we talked to them. His behavior, his arms crossed and things like that was just how he was when we saw him.
Mike King, understanding the dynamic of the relationship, I think is going to be crucial for the trial or trials of Stephen Stearns. What role does Jen Soto play? Cooperating witness? Is she a potential co-conspirator? Does she face any charges for any of her conduct before, during, or after the fact? To me, that is still the big unknown question in all of this.
Yeah, I agree, Vinny, and I think that their law enforcement's in a perfect position to work with her, and it doesn't seem like she's lawyered up or been resistant to that. And with him now sitting in jail, she's not facing any of that pressure that she might if they were still in the same house together. So I think that it's really incumbent on law enforcement as they continue to massage this thing and try to get more information to really see if they can separate. There may be immunity that's offered. Who knows? There may be a little bit of pressure put on her for some things like just the responsibility to protect that child, and having her sleep with this guy that she's living with isn't protecting that child. And then I guess the final thing that I would say is it's too bad in hindsight that law enforcement didn't split them up right then, because those two were just kind of acting hinky. But I love the fact that we have an expert who has dealt with them and interviewed them for the media that can say, well, the behavior's kind of consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. Still to come.
So what he's saying is that every other time she stumbles through her backpack, and he kind of acts like she was walking, like that imitates her. So I found that very odd.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here, because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either. So she never made it.
Want to take a deeper dive now into this new body cam video of Jen Soto and Stephen Stearns when they first report Madeline missing. Bringing a special guest, body language and statement analyst expert, Bruce Jacobs. Bruce, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Great to have you here.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
All right, let's do this. I'm going to put on a clip and let's watch it together. Then afterwards, you tell me what you're picking up from Stephen Stearns and Jen Soto. Let's take a look at the first one where they give some basic info.
What's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madeline. Last name?
Soto. S-O-T-O.
S-O-T-O?
Yeah.
Date of birth?
February 22nd, 2011.
February 27, 2000.
22nd.
Oh, sorry, 22nd.
2011.
2011.
Just her 13th birthday.
What was she last seen wearing?
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
Crocs.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts.
All right, Bruce, what are you picking up here? So just giving some of the basic information.
Yeah. So let's go back to when they first came in, the officer first came in. What's the first thing that Stephen did? He takes a big swig of water. Okay, that's a limbic brain response. Most of the ancient lie detector tests are based on your saliva, your dry mouth. So then he reaches back and he puts the water bottle behind him, and he comes up and he starts to put his hands in his pockets. But then he changes his mind and he crosses his arms. We call that torso blocking. Okay, so when people are feeling threatened, they'll torso block. Your limbic brain, which is your fight, flight, or freeze brain, has a vested interest in protecting these organs. So as soon as he does that, now it doesn't always mean it's a closed stance. It depends on the circumstances and the context of when it's happening. But then he uncrosses his hand and he touches his forehead. Again, it's a limbic brain response. It's a pacifier. So he wants to run or fight, but he can't. So he's got to calm himself down. So then mom answers the phone and hands it to him. So he takes his hand and he takes his thumb and puts his thumb in his pocket. So most people, when they put their hands in their pocket, they either put the whole hand in, right, or they'll leave the thumb out. So hiding your thumbs is a great sign of lack of confidence. So he talks on the phone a little bit, hands the phone back to her, and he immediately goes back into the closed stance and again touches his head, touches his forehead. So these are limbic brain responses, that it's a fight, flight, or freeze response. So those are great clues. I have to agree with the other people in the beginning that there's almost an eerie calm here. So I look at mom's bobbing back and forth. She's got the exaggerated sway back and forth, but she's pretty much repeating what she's been told. So I didn't see too much on her. There was some emotion on her face. She had some forehead, some tension in the forehead as she was talking also.
Okay, I've got a second clip. In this one, they get into more of the details of the actual story. Let's watch that one.
She got dropped off. She was like, so she's in Beverly's Plains car. So she wanted me dropped off at school. She wanted me dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
It's an image thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she caught the walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
Bruce, are you picking up anything in just the dynamic between the two?
Yeah, so she's explaining to the officer what's going on. And he steps over her from behind. Now, he doesn't have his hands crossed here because she's in front of him. It's like standing in front of a podium, right? She's blocking for him. So he adds that in there, like she's going through a phase. So he's kind of minimizing it. He doesn't use the word just to minimize it, but he goes, she's going through a phase. And he talks about dropping her off about a half a mile away. Well, that's a long ways. But okay, maybe he did. Obviously, he didn't know. So he says, and then he starts talking about what happened. And one time he says, he's talking about how she was rifling through her backpack and then she stammers away. I think that's the word he used. And then he goes, So he uses the word or the phrase for the very first time in all the body cam clips. So has two meanings, unless it's his baseline, has two meanings. One of them is he's trying to monopolize the conversation. And the other one, he doesn't know a whole lot about it. So he's trying to convince us, that she was stumbling through her backpack. And then he adds something at the end, this unnecessary language. It looked the same as any other time. So what he's saying is that every other time she stumbles through her backpack, and he kind of acts like she was walking, like imitates her. So I found that very odd, that he was trying to convince us, because he uses the phrase, and he says, just like every other time. So every other time she is going through her backpack looking for her headphones.
Yeah.
Lots of deception there.
Final one, and this time they talk about the last time they saw her, but there's also a moment where I think people laugh a little bit. Let's take a look at that.
And when was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
5'1".
Yeah.
Weight?
110 pounds.
110, 112.
Hair color?
Blonde.
Blonde, like a dirty blonde.
Like a dirty blonde? Okay. Eye color?
Blue.
Does she have any markings on her, like any scars or anything like that?
There's a distinctive beauty mark on her face here.
On her face?
On the face, like below the nose, or near the nose?
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it. Big.
Any other scars or anything like that? We should know.
Scars?
No.
Tattoo?
You'd be surprised.
Okay, let's begin with the laughter in this moment. Was it nervous laughter? What are you getting from that?
So I thought that was very odd. I wouldn't be laughing if my daughter was missing. One of the things that one of the clues of communication, channels of communication, is the voice. So it's the pitch, the tone, the volume, the inflection, and the flow. And sometimes his volume goes way down. So when he's describing certain things about her, his volume comes up to his level. But then when he's talking about, especially when he says dirty blonde, his mouth opens up. It's the only time it happened in the whole body cam. He goes dirty blonde and his mouth opens up. I don't know why that happened, but we look for consistencies and inconsistencies. So then about the tattoos, yeah, everybody started laughing. I thought that was very odd. I do agree that when the principal called, there was no response to him.
Sometimes a story just doesn't add up. Stephen Stearns has clearly entered that zone. His story runs contrary to much of the other video evidence in the case. But what about Jen Soto? The question there is, was she telling a story or merely repeating a story Stephen Stearns told her? That's a question law enforcement needs to figure out. I'm Vinny Politan. Thanks for joining the investigation, and I'll see you weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern on Closing Argument.
All right, folks. So there's that. What do we got? What are we thinking up here, guys? What are you guys thinking?
I just booked my massage.
Okay, that so good deal. What's up, Mr. G? Arctic, what's your thoughts on all this at this point?
I mean, the case is just crazy. Stearns in there laughing, and Jen did some too. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I'm not much usually on the behavior panel type analysis of stuff, but there's sometimes, like in this particular case, I kind of have to agree with how their analysis on this case.
Gotcha.
With the behavior, you mean? What do you say?
Say again, bud. You broke up.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree with her analysis of the behavior.
Yeah.
There does seem like, I don't know, if you're just on the outside looking in, obviously, which we all are, there does seem to be sort of like a disconnect in Jen and Maddie. You know what I mean?
Well, it was stated that they had arguments regularly. They argued, so Is it because she's a teenage girl now? Is it something that went on beforehand because Jen is jealous of her daughter? Is it,
That's where, like,
that's,
I'm with you on that, right? That definitely could be.
that's something I've been stuck on for a
Absolutely.
while. I
But
have
And then,
been.
like I said earlier, it doesn't seem like Jen was a real hands-on type of parent. She put her work above her daughter, didn't even care about the 13th birthday party or anything like that. So
Mhm.
that would definitely cause a disconnect there as well.
yeah,
And
but
and and
the only thing that kind of makes me wonder if it's truly like a jealousy thing
mhm.
is why would you send him in there with her?
Well, yeah, that's what backs that out. And what I mean by jealousy is the fact that he pays more attention to her than maybe to her. You know what I mean? Because I've seen stories like that. There
Or could it
again,
be a
that
situation where something was starting to take place which gave her anxiety, so then she would say go?
yeah, knowing what was going to happen, and
Right.
right now I see what you're saying, and that's as sick as it is. Yeah, okay, that could make some sense. Definitely could make some sense. In turn, she's obviously got. If that's the case, then she's definitely got some mental illness that she needs dealt with of some sort. I can't see him as being such a or what's the word I'm looking for? Control freak that he would control Jen that way. But we don't know her like that because we really don't know who she is as a person. You know what I mean? It's hard to believe, and I won't be able to believe until it's proven completely that it's not that she didn't know anything. You know what I mean? It's hard to believe. Um, so I don't know, guys. It's a very weird situation. The whole thing is. I mean,
It is.
there is the possibility that she had absolutely zero knowledge of what was going on. As hard as it is to say that and to believe in that, it very well could be. I don't believe that, but it could be what the outcome of the truth is. Who knows? But um,
I'm all for giving parents the benefit of the doubt, but
sure.
man, that's a stretch to give Jen the benefit of the doubt in this one because she was in bed with Stefan and Maddie at the same time. So I mean, to
Yeah.
me, she has to have some knowledge.
Agreed. That's how I feel about it. Definitely feel that way. I don't know. It's a strange situation. The case is strange. I feel it's so sad. It is so sad. This child never got to live any kind of a life, and the life that she did have was just the horrific life that she had. I feel bad for her father. I can't imagine what he's going through. I just hope that he is charged with everything he can be, if he already hasn't been. And if she is involved, she's charged with every bit of it, and that they are punished for the full extent of the law. Salty's been running these shows on the documents. It's very interesting to hear the little details in it that go along with this. Like I was stating the other day, we get what we get from the news and stuff like that, but it's almost like that. That whole thing where there's a book out and then you watch the movie. The book is better than the movie always. The documents, the details in it are so much better than what has been put out here as far as
Absolutely.
understanding it. You know what I mean?
And Salty's been doing an amazing job going over the documents over there too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's very very interesting. I've been enjoying when I'm over there with him, and the detailing and all that, and it creates a picture in your mind as to understanding how this all happened, what went down, and it's getting to the point now where she left off the other night, where it's starting to get to that spot. It's just It's so crazy to understand that this exists, but it's out there, folks. It's out there every which way. It's happening right now as we speak, sadly, but it is. You know, every which way you look, it's out there. A lot of people don't want to believe that it exists, but it does. And that's why we have to talk about these things the way we do, so that everybody knows. The awareness is what's important about this, you know, and being able to voice, to be a voice for Maddie, to you know, in the future, to be able to show people the signs to look for, to, you know, create the awareness to prevent this in the future, possibly. Or as Salty has said, you know, somebody could be sitting here watching this and going, you know, maybe that is what that is. And
Yeah.
maybe it'll stop, you know, stop something somewhere down the line. You know what I mean? Just saying. It's very, it's probably one of the darkest cases like this I've seen. So hopefully it is dealt with in the right way and right fashion, but for sure.
And you have to wonder how many more victims of Stefan are out there, because I'm sure he didn't start with Maddie.
I was wondering that myself too. You know, how long has this been going on in his life, and how many others are there? And again, going back to it. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, they didn't per se like live together, right?
On and off for, was it 7 years? I think they, yeah, on and off for 7 years.
But he would go back to like when in his parents' house or something.
Yeah. He was there for a while, and then he'd go back. Then he'd come back for a while, and then he'd go back. So yeah.
So there's, I mean, in my mind, complete possibility that he may have even had another girlfriend.
Agreed. Very much so. Which here's my thought on this. I don't even think that Stefan Stearns had a girlfriend per se to have a girlfriend. I got to be honest with you guys. I think that
I would agree with that.
Any girlfriend he's had is for predatory reasons, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I mean, I can't not say that at this point. I don't see this guy as a normal person, you guys. Not at all. Not like the rest of us who have boyfriend and girlfriend relationships with people. I have to feel like he got into this relationship with her because of her daughter. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Just saying. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm okay with that, considering what this creature has done. You know? I'd be curious to know. Salty says he will have other victims. I agree with her. And again, going back to, I'm curious how long it's been in his life, this lifestyle per se, if not his whole life. You know what I mean? And again, I still think, and I'm not going to not think it until it's proven to be not true, that there was a link from this to the St. Cloud pornography ring in some sense, because of the high amount of images on his phones, the scenario that he was setting up per se when he was doing what he was doing, and things like that. It just makes me really feel like there is a link. And again, on that situation, if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. It's horrific. It really is horrific. Yeah, it is listed as a disorder, and I will never understand either, Kendra. It's a sickness. It's this. It's that. I'll never get that. I can't process in my mind how it's a non-controllable situation. You know what I mean? In your mind, it's you know, people have thoughts of things all the times that they want to deal with, but knowing right from wrong, you don't act on these things. You don't allow for that to continue in your mind. Stuff like that is what I'm trying to say. So
I agree with that. I don't think
Those solution, send the bitches nuts to the guillotine. I promise you, he won't have any thoughts about doing it again.
Yep.
Well, you know what's funny? I saw an article the other day where Louisiana had just passed some sort of bill where, what was it? Maybe sterilization. I'll have to look it up. But something like that.
Castration, chemical castration.
It was something like that that was going to be on the table now for offenders, which, I mean.
Well, here's the thing with that. I've heard of this before, okay? Chemical castration, they inject you with stuff that makes you not be able to use your stuff. I don't think that's enough, because that's fine and dandy. You can do that. That does not take the thoughts out of your mind, in my opinion. That makes you use your hands for bad things still too. Okay. And that doesn't stop that either. So I think there needs to be more than just that. I know this sounds horrific, you guys, to say something like this, and I'm not typically the kind of person that would put something like this out. But when people do things like this, I think they need to have the same things done to them. Personally, that's just my opinion. That should be the punishment. If you're going to hurt somebody like this, well, guess what? Just saying.
I agree.
And in some senses, the death penalty, okay, I get it. I think it's too easy in some senses. You caused a lot of pain to a very sweet little girl for a long time, or more than just her, possibly. That's a lot of pain and misery that you put upon this person, this child, a child, mind you, an innocent child, and to just be put to death and to be put out of your own personal misery. I think it's too easy in some senses. It's not enough, in my opinion. Okay. Because death is a finality. We know that. And, I'm just saying in some senses, I think it really should be, if possible, a more severe type situation is all I'm saying, guys.
Absolutely should be a more severe type of situation. And I'm tired of seeing child predators get a slap on the wrist. You go to jail in this country more for having an ounce of weed in states that it's not legal in than what a child predator gets. Look at fucking Josh Duggar. FBI said the worst case of child porn that they had ever seen, and he gets a 10-year sentence with part of it suspended.
It's sick. That's what I've noticed is a lot of these crimes against children are punished by very lenient punishments. You'll see somebody that'll murder somebody and they go to prison for the rest of their life, or they get the death penalty. But when you harm a child, I've seen them get 4 years, 3 years, some senses, some form of ongoing probation. What are you talking about? Like that's insanity to me, you guys. It should be reversed. Okay. Anything that has anything to do with harming a child should be immediate action. There's no waiting 40 years on death row while everybody pays for you to get fat and live and breathe and sleep and have the best medical care you could possibly get, while you appeal this until you just die from living in prison your whole life and not the death penalty for the punishment, because it happens. I'm waiting on my friend that was sodomized and murdered and had body parts cut off and lit on fire, that's sitting on death row right now for almost 40 years we're going on, that we've all paid for, and he's still there. I don't get it.
Well, and even if you put them on like probation or parole, right? You can't tell me right now, honestly, that the foster care system and those social workers are just so bogged down with work that they actually really do monitor all of these people on probation.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It does happen. There's too many criminals and not enough people to supervise it. I get it. Yeah. I don't know, you guys. It's not enough sometimes. It's just not. It'll never be enough. It'll never take away any of the pain and suffering that Madeline had to go through. Anything that could happen to this monster. And alone, if her mother ends up being involved, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, it's almost worse what she did than what he did, because she's the child's mother. She carried that child for 9 months, bore that child, and then turn around and does these kinds of things. To me, in my mind, that's almost worse. So
I agree with that 100%.
You know what, Salty, that has been done. In fact, the mother of my friend that was murdered has been fighting that for 25 years now, and nothing's happened. That poor woman, I promise you, is staying alive. Literally staying alive. She's so old right now. She retired. She was an advocate she worked for the state, all of these things because of what happened to Raymond. And her husband, his father passed away. His relatives are all getting older and passing away. And at this point, I think she's staying alive just to watch this happen to him. and it's not happened yet because he keeps pulling these appeals. And the mental health card he's pulled multiple times. That was his biggest appeal, was that he tried claiming his exact words were that he's mentally retarded and he didn't know what he was doing. Which is the absolute most bullshit I've ever heard in my life. To be able to do the things he did to that kid proves you knew what you were doing. It just proves you're a sick piece of shit. So, but that's exactly what it is, though, Salty, is that legislation has to change. She's been fighting it for 25 years and not one thing has changed with it. It's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, whenever these predators come up for parole or whatever, then the family has to relive the nightmare all over again by attending the parole hearings.
Absolutely. 100%. It's disgusting. It really is. Yeah, that's true. Florida did. They achieved it, guys. It doesn't take one person, though. It takes everyone pushing and pushing and fighting and pushing and pushing and pushing and not giving up. And finally, changes happen. It's sad that it has to be that way, but it seems to be what has to happen. So I don't know. Hopefully things will start to change in some of these cases, and it starts to go more for the victims than for the criminals, because that's the way it's set up right now. Is it protects criminals. These things are set up to protect criminals, which again is outlandish to me. In that sense, criminals and prisoners have rights. Well, when you have a child killer, I don't think there is rights. There should be no rights. But
no. And you shouldn't get any type of bond, in my opinion. I'm tired of seeing these fucks get like $10,000, $15,000 bonds when they're arrested for what they've done to these kids and whatnot. There shouldn't be a bond. It's ridiculous. What are you going to do? Let them bond out and take off? Or, hey, let's bond them out so that they can go and do the same thing to another child while they're out on bond. We've seen that happen time and time again.
Absolutely. And then I can't control myself. I don't care. That's when you stand them in front of a firing line. That should be immediate punishment, in my opinion. I know that sounds horrific, you guys, but when you do that to a child, it should be immediate punishment right here and now.
Well, it's like that guy. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's like that guy you were covering last night. I don't think people understand the magnitude in a person that it takes to actually change who you are, like what you are about. You know what I mean? That's like, I'm not fond of using the term people change because, quite honestly, it's a comforting thing I think a lot of people use to give excuses to people who do bad things, because I'm a firm believer that a whole lot of people don't change.
Right. I agree with that. I do. I definitely do. Well, I mean, you see career criminals, okay, that they go through that guy's case, the Stacy Drake, that is a perfect example of the judicial system failing right there. Okay. But they have these laws set in place and the sentencing set in place for different crimes that are there. That people have been rehabilitated. That does happen. It's a short list, but it does happen. But when you have a career criminal like this person that never will change ever, they just continuously do this again and again and again and again, and you keep releasing them and releasing them, and they keep doing it. And this guy, they said this guy, Stacy Drake, they reduced his sentence of 22 years to 11 years, giving him time served, letting him out, saying that they didn't believe that his crimes were that bad, in layman's terms. And he's released and he's set free and turns around and kills 4 more people. Yep. You don't see that. You don't see that coming, folks. I mean, come on.
Right.
Let's go there with that. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. That is what's wrong with the system. That's where it's broke. Okay. It does work in some other senses, and we have to trust in it, you guys. I'm not telling you to not trust in the system and to not trust in law enforcement. We have to. We have no choice. We have to, because it's what we have, and we have to just keep our fingers crossed and pray to God that it works for us in every sense. It doesn't in every sense, but in a lot of times it does. So there's that, but it needs fixed. It definitely needs fixed. You know, for instance, the Amber Alert system. Okay, Arctic has been running a link that I dropped, but he's been working on this for a long time to have it changed because it's a joke the way it's set up right now. I'm sorry to say, but it is. It needs to cover every child to the age of 18, in my opinion, or 17, should say. And period. There should be no other little stipulations within it. It should just be what it is. It's a child, an Amber Alert. There's no other little stupid stipulations in there that makes it not work for this one or that one or whatever. That's how it should be and all it should be. So,
exactly.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say exactly. I mean, Sebastian is a prime example. He qualified for that Amber Alert in Tennessee, but if he had been in Idaho, where Monkey Vaughn's missing from, he wouldn't have been able to qualify for an Amber Alert at all, which is why Summer got an alert and Monkey didn't.
Yeah, and see, how does that make any sense, you guys? It doesn't. It doesn't at all. If you're a certain age, it doesn't. If you ran away, it doesn't. If it does this, you have to. It has to be just specifically this specific situation that you fit into for it to cover you. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. It's a child. Period. There's a child missing from the ages of 1 to 17. It should cover that scenario, and that's it. Why not? It's so dumb. So dumb. And here's the thing. I don't care, and this bothers me. It always has. I got into a fight with the chief at Cleveland Metro Police over this because he argued, don't waste your time. A lot of these kids are runaways. Excuse me, sir, but fuck you. Excuse my language. A child is a child, runaway or not.
Don't even get me started on Ohio law enforcement, especially Lorain, Ohio. I had an autistic 12-year-old go missing a couple of years ago out of Lorain, Ohio. And law enforcement, the mother of this child told law enforcement exactly who he was with because they had been grooming this kid for years, used to be the neighbor, and told them exactly where the kid was at and everything else. Law enforcement would not even go over there and search for this child until the mother came on YouTube on several channels, including my own, and made such a ruckus. And I told my subs, I was like, look, you need to blow up this fucking law enforcement's phone line and demand that they go look for this child. It was so bad, Dago, that the mother went to that neighborhood looking for her child, shouting her child's name, and she got arrested for disturbing the peace.
Jesus Christ. See? That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Is this the case? Did mom work this case too?
Yeah, she was involved in the case.
I think I know which one you're talking about. See, that's insane to me. It's insane. Well, we can't just go and spend man hours to go looking for that. Why can't you? That's your job. That is your job. And now, especially with computers in the cars, it's not like you have to pass out flyers, okay? You send these things to the computer in the car. They're not going out of their way. They're already out on patrol. They look around. They can do these things. You see how many cops do you see sitting in coffee shops in between calls, just sitting there, not doing anything? I mean, you're on an 8-hour, 12-hour, 10-hour shift. You could be doing these things in between. It doesn't happen, okay? The runaway thing pisses me off to no end because a runaway within seconds can turn into an abduction or a deceased child or a child that's trafficked, especially now. It takes seconds, folks. If that child walks down that street out of your front door, that could be the last time you ever see that child because they're a runaway. It's not important. We can't put out an Amber Alert yet. We can't put out that they're missing yet. We can't do this. We can't do that. It's all bullshit. I'm sick of hearing it.
I always point to the case of Johnny Gosh. He was the first boy ever featured on a milk carton. He had gone to deliver newspapers. First time he'd gone on his own without his dad. Law enforcement made them wait, I think it was 72 hours before they'd even take a missing persons report on Johnny because they were like, oh, well, he's 12. He ran away. He did this on his own, blah, blah, blah. All these years later, more and more comes out, and it does appear that Johnny had indeed been trafficked. So, I mean, that's a prime example. And Lord knows, God bless Noreen Gosh for all the stuff she's done. She's part of the reason why they can't tell you that they're not supposed to legally be able to tell you that you have to wait 48 hours to report your loved one missing. She fought diligently to get laws passed so that that wouldn't take place anymore. But to this day, I mean, no one even knows where Johnny's at this point. And had they just taken that simple missing persons report and put an Amber Alert out for the kid, who knows? He might be at home.
Agreed. I agree. I remember that story. I watched the actual documentary on that story. It's very sad. I feel so bad for his mother. So crazy. So crazy. And this is what life is, guys. This is what we live amongst every single day. And as we sit here talking about this, the whole, how many, probably 10 to 20 other children have gone missing in that period we've been talking about this.
Well, actually, Barbie, the reason why the milk cartons were stopped, it wasn't a Democrat or Republican thing. It was that so many children were being traumatized by seeing kids their age on those milk cartons while they poured their morning cereal that they decided not to do the milk cartons anymore. And honestly, today, we don't have milk cartons per se. Most of the milk comes in plastic containers, so not really able to do the milk carton thing anymore. And it's questionable how effective the milk cartons actually were. But there are things that we could be doing. We could be putting the faces on plastic shopping bags. We could be putting these faces on the self-checkout screens as you're going and checking yourself out at the store. We could be putting the faces on the gas stations as you're fueling your car up.
Pizza boxes, all that kind of stuff. It's the same. We could still do the same thing.
Well, I can tell you personally, I remember like seeing like missing kid posters when I was younger, and it didn't, I don't know if maybe they're just like, I hate to say it like this, but it is what it is, like weak people, kids or whatever. I can't imagine being traumatized by that. It just allowed me as a kid to understand that you can be taken.
I agree. I'm so frustrated because when I was a kid, the first thing you'd see when you walked into the Walmart was a wall full of missing children flyers all over the wall. Now, when I go to Walmart to try to give them a flyer to hang up for a missing child, they're like, we'll put it in the break room, but the only flyers we allow are the ones from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Yeah, the neck buster. I don't know why they don't do that, but a flyer's a flyer, and a missing child's a missing child. It shouldn't matter, but I've heard that too. Kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. It absolutely is.
And even those flyers aren't displayed prominently. You have to actually look to find out where they've got them hung up at. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they took them down and repositioned them and moved them. In the one Walmart we have, they were in the entryway where they keep their carts, where you walk through the double door or the whole bunch of double doors, okay? And then you'll meet the greeter and then you go into the store. They were there on that wall to the right. They took them down and painted the wall. And when they put them back up, they put them in the service center area up on that wall. So only the people that go in the service center are seeing them, as compared to when you walk through the main door and look on the wall while you're getting your cart, you see them. You know, that's about the best place for it, I thought. But they move them now to somewhere where you're not going to see it unless you go back in that area. So I think that's crazy too. It should be a priority everywhere we go. Every business should always say, yes, please put it in my window. Every advertisement possible should say, yes, please put it on my business. Because you know what? Whoever owns those businesses would not want it to be their child. That's all I'm saying.
Not at all. And you'd be surprised how many businesses I've gone into to hang flyers for missing kids, and they'll be like, no, you can't put that here, or come back in a few hours because that's when the owner will be here, or no, we only allow advertisements for the store on our windows. It's ridiculous.
Well, like I said, Salty says put it on my phone. But that's another good idea, is to put it on our phones. We look at our phones 24/7. If it was to roll through there through Facebook advertisements or just a regular advertisement on the phone that your phone service sends to you, it would be amazing. That's perfect. And I'm complaining about the Walmart thing because when you're pulling a cart out, you look up, they're right there. You're going to see it because it grabs your attention. That's why I used to like seeing them there, because you could stop for a minute and look at them. Even if I get when you're in a hurry, that's different. But still, now they're in a place that nobody's going to see it. Yeah, people go to the service center here and there, but not so often, is all I'm saying. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Andy, I don't know. I am trying to get a hold of the president, the one in charge of the corporation for Pilot gas stations, to see about getting the children's faces featured on their gas pumps. I've also got feelers out for Walmart, but the thing is they give you the runaround. You never know who to contact directly. You get passed around and passed around and passed around. Now, there are a couple of trucking companies that are putting flyers on their semis. Right now, they've got Sebastian's flyers on their semis, and hopefully, if this goes well, they'll be able to rotate those flyers out for other missing kids. So,
yeah, that would be awesome. Here, is this it here? I was super excited because Terry Martin, she got in touch with management for JAC Management Corporation, and they are a huge company that works with the Cabelli Company and so on and so forth. They do concerts and they cover all the events in this a wide span area in Ohio here, all sorts of things, and they have like the basketball games in Cleveland and the football stadiums and all the large arenas and stuff like that with the giant teleprompters and all things like, you know what I mean? They're in charge of that. And from my understanding from the email that I read, that they're on board. However it would be, they're on board to help with this kind of stuff. So that's a big deal to me. That's a huge deal to me. If you're at a basketball game, I can't remember the name of the place, but where the Cavs play now, and they have that giant Jumbotron thing in there, and you're going to be able to see if they're agreeing to put up missing kids' faces on those Jumbotrons when you got 10,000 people in this arena or more. That's
absolutely 100%. And it's probably a pipe dream, but what I would like is, during major sporting events like the Super Bowl and the World Series and stuff, we've got all those advertisements being put up on those Jumbotrons there. Maybe, a couple of blips for missing children during those major sporting events too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's great. We got billboards running now, the digital billboards, and thank you, Clue, for continuing with that and stuff like that. We're getting in touch with these places that are willing to do this kind of stuff. If we can make it become a norm and a regular thing, I think that's a hell of an achievement. I've contacted the governor of Ohio. Not that he's big, he's very lazy, Mike DeWine. And I sent an email in regards to this kind of stuff. I haven't had a response back yet, but that doesn't mean anything. It takes them forever to get with that stuff. And I mentioned some ideas that I had as to things that I think should be being done, that could be being done, that could be helpful. If I get a response, I'll be surprised. And if I do, I'm going to be excited too, because when you get some kind of an achievement from stuff like this, it means a lot. It means that people are listening. And that's what needs to happen. People need to listen and they need to care. So hopefully some of these things will happen. I agree, Barbara. I do agree. How are the billboards running, by the way, Clue? Just to ask if you haven't checked lately or anything.
I checked yesterday when I went live, and it was like 115,000 something impressions.
Wow, that's good. That's really good. And how many are running now? 22?
Correct.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And I know that Duchess and Nonsense are talking about putting some more up in other places that Clue hasn't covered yet. So, I mean, I think that's great. The more billboards we have up, and I know Mind of Monsters has some billboards up herself, the more that we can get up, the better, because we just don't know where Sebastian is right now. He could be anywhere. So,
and not to push Sebastian off either, but coming in the future, even after Sebastian comes home and that's all said and done, if these types of things will continue for other missing children and people and so on and so forth, it can be an amazing thing. There's a link in the chat, Terry. Go ahead. I think it really it'll give us the solidity that we need out here for what we do and show that we are doing something, that we should be out here. You know what I mean? Welcome, Terry. What's going on? Can you hear me?
Hello.
There you are. What's up?
Oh, I hadn't talked to you guys about that. I just am curious. Because I can, like, I did marketing. I dealt with a bunch of people that are way up in corporates, and like Panera, Cavelli owns 200, right? But the thing is, so I am friends with the director of marketing there, but now she has moved on. She's the director of marketing for corporate Panera, and I'm still talking to her too.
Gotcha.
Basically, my best friend is married to the CEO of Hallmark, okay, which is also all of that. So where I'm asking is, I can get us in these places. I don't know what I need to know. What exactly we're going to ask them to do. What you guys give me an idea, so I have a script of some sort, and also it's got
with Hallmark. So with Hallmark, I think it would be difficult because the greeting card thing, it's a specified thing, and I don't think anybody's going to want that on a greeting card. You know what I mean?
Well, not necessarily on the greeting cards, but they're a gift shop. They've got bags that go out every single day, just like Walmart does. And you could put missing children, feature a different child every week on those bags. That's something that you could do. And I know part of the issue is the expense of printing the bags up with a different child each and every week or even every month. But, it's going to have to be one of those things where this community comes together. The organizations like Nick Mick and the Aware Foundation and the Morgan Nick Foundation come together and help to donate some funds to these businesses that are willing to get on board with it.
Right.
So that was my next question is, am I going to tell them, yeah, we can pay you something, or that it's all free? I'm just wanting to know.
Well, obviously we want to see if they would be willing to do it, at no cost because of the situation. And if not, then that's when that would come into effect, I think. Then we could say,
I like the idea of the self-checkouts and the gas pumps, because that wouldn't cost hardly anything. They change their ads on those things more often than people change their underwear. They're always changing the ads and everything on those gas pumps. And so it wouldn't cost anything. There's no printing or anything like that. You're not going to waste any bags because the missing child changes or something like that. That's the best bet, is to work with these places that have the self-checkouts, that have the gas pumps. Even, the blip billboards, if we could get them to donate a couple of blip billboards in specific locations for missing children.
Yeah, obviously nobody's going to do anything for free. You know what I mean? I get that.
Yeah, some people will, especially when it comes to this, after all that's going on.
Well, but there's going to be a cost incurred at some aspect to pay for printing and stuff like that. So that would have to come into effect at some point. They're not going to be able to run their business and then throw extra money out there to cover the cost of that. So there would be a cost at some point. I get that. That makes sense. And if that's the case, then, a foundation being put together just for that per se, and all those monies going to those being dispersed to the different things for that, I think would be an amazing thing. So,
what about their websites? What can they put on their website?
That's another thing, it's free advertising. Even if it's just a small thing, it still is going to help. Everybody goes to websites every day. Even on Amazon, for instance, when you're going to Amazon to look to buy something, there's always little things all over it. And I look at all of them. I really do. So why would it hurt on Amazon to have a little cube up there to portray a missing child for that day? At least one different one every day. Just a little spot there. It's not going to hurt anything. And it's one little spot. I don't see why they couldn't do something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is, so many, because of inflation and all that. These companies are, even McDonald's, who wants to go there? You can go eat somewhere else for good food and it costs less. So, every business is right now, they're doing anything and everything to find something that is new and different, and community is huge.
There's another one. Thank you for that. The menus now have become digital in the drive-thrus for the most part. McDonald's is, at least around here. Again, there's got to be a way to do this. Why would it be so hard in the bottom corner as you're waiting for if they're busy specifically? There's a little screen that's showing or flashing missing children while you're waiting to get your order taken. You see what I'm saying? That could happen in so many
for drive-thrus. You mean?
Absolutely. It shouldn't be a big deal to these companies. They're still going to order their food. It's not going to take them away. They're there to buy food. They're not there to look at your screen to see a missing person. So as they're waiting in line, if you got 8 cars and you got to wait, we all have to do that. You're sitting there looking at the screen, you figure out what you're ordering, and you look down. Hey, that child's missing. So is that one. That's sad. What's his name again? And it could have been somebody you saw. You don't know. Things like that, you guys, I think would really be helpful.
Right.
And I don't see how or why anybody would ever say no to that. And if they do, they need their head examined. Because once again, going back to the beginning with what I said, I'll be damned if the business owners, if that was your child, you would want that out there. You would want us seeing that child so we would know to look for that child. So don't tell me it's not important. That's what I'm saying. I think Amazon would be amazing. We all go to Amazon. How many times a day do you look at Amazon, Clue?
15, 20.
There's my point. And that's just her. I look at it good 10, 15 times a day too. So does my wife. So do the rest of us. So if you look, every time you clicked on Amazon, just in the corner, there's a little square that has missing children's faces on it. You're going to see it. You're going to stop for 3 seconds and look at it. I'm just saying, why not? It's not going to cost them anything.
Okay.
Temu, Amazon, all these things online. Everybody goes shopping online now.
Yeah.
Just saying. There's got to be a way to make that happen. I'm going to contact them my damn self and find out who.
No, I can help you with that.
Okay.
He's the guy that he used to work with them. He works for another one of my friends now. It's called Offline. But
do you know,
he is the old recruiter, Bo. He's the old recruiter for Amazon for
he's in charge of advertising.
Yeah, he well, actually not advertise. Well, operations for hiring and marketing for, what do you call it? Veterans, not so much, when they're coming back over here looking for jobs.
Veterans Affairs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that would be an idea, Terry. I definitely want to look into that too.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you and just kind of write some of this stuff down, because I think I've got 25 years of knowing these people. I can do stuff. I just don't know what to say to them. That's why I'm not reaching out to all of them.
Right. And Saudi just said that there's local foundations that will help to fund this type of stuff. And I know there are. There's people that have so much money out there, they don't know what to do with it, that would be willing to donate they donate to other charities. So donating towards something like this, that is an ongoing scenario, I can't see it being a problem.
Well, Dago, there's a guy, and I don't know who it is, but he's in Youngstown, and he does. It could be. I don't think it's Cavelli, but apparently he's looking. He's like a huge. I mean, he's like the richest. I don't know. This is what my friend told me. That's a
Are you
judge.
sure it's not? Are you sure it's not Sam Cavelli?
I don't think it's Cavelli because I asked him that, but you know what? He doesn't.
Wait. DeBartolo?
I don't know. That could be it. Well, who's he?
He is one of the other rich guys. He owns the 49ers. And he owns Boardman, basically.
Oh, that would make sense. Sorry, I don't mean to scream, but that would make sense because my friend is an ex-Steelers that is a judge in Pittsburgh. He and another judge and somebody else, this guy had asked them to come from Pittsburgh to meet with him about almost a year ago, actually. But they haven't done anything. He's willing to contribute as much money as it takes to get kids something to do to keep them off the street in gangs.
That's DeBartolo. I've heard about. And then you just opened my brain. AJ Cafaro. That's the other one that owns everything else.
Spell those. You mind?
The first name is AJ. The last name is Cafaro.
Okay.
And then the other guy's name is DE.
Okay.
His first name's Edward, but DEBARTALO. And AJ Cafaro owns the Eastwood Mall and most of Niles, Ohio.
Okay. And I'm sorry, say that again. Edward
DeBartolo. DEBAR. TALO.
TALO?
Yeah, and he's out of Boardman.
Okay.
Edward J. DeBartolo. And you just look it up. There should be a phone number for the business itself.
It's got to be him if he owns, because like I told you, I mean, the judge.
He owns the Southern Park Mall in Youngstown and all the other stuff out that way.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, and this guy, the guy that told me he's a judge in Pittsburgh for juvenile judge. But sometimes I wonder, I hear stories about judges and sheriffs and stuff like that are trafficking. I mean, I have a friend that's what happened. And I kind of like, maybe I don't know them well enough. I don't know.
Right. No, it's understandable.
Do you know what I mean? I don't know who to trust anymore.
And these people are like big money people that if you're giving them a name by saying they were responsible for this, then it's going to work. It's going to be something they want put out there.
For God's sake, Valley just opened. Didn't they not just, but they built a huge, I want to say wrestling? Is that right? At Ohio State?
Yes. A wrestling facility, right.
Yeah.
The WWE comes in and wrestles there a lot now. So yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. And
yeah, Kel, I grew up in Ohio. I'm in Ohio now. I've been here my whole life, unfortunately, but yes. And Molly just mentioned that in Idaho that there's inmates that they have within their prisons that have playing cards that have cold cases on them.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's something interesting. I mean, I wouldn't give them to inmates, but that's interesting though, as well, to put out on things like that, I would imagine.
Right. I'm so glad you just gave me the name. Well, Cavelli, I mean, right there in itself, I mean, they own over 200 Paneras. They own
McDonald's
or whatever it is. They own.
I think he sold off all his McDonald's, but he owned all the McDonald's in Northeast Ohio. So
yeah, they used to be my account too, so I can talk to. He's just like down the street. Tom, he is I think he owns the majority of McDonald's franchises. So yeah. But I like right there. That's what I need. I don't know how to go to someone and just say, hey, can you help me out?
The thing is if it's brought to their attention, they know it's going to make them look good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, if it's something they say no to, a lot of these people are afraid for that to happen because, well, I went to Ed DeBartolo and asked if he would be interested in donating money towards helping to find missing children. And he said, no. What? That's a bad thing. Okay. AJ Cafaro's daughter is in the Senate now. She's a senator, I believe, or not a senator. What the hell am I thinking of? What is that called when you're a state representative?
Representative?
Yeah, she's a state representative now too, so she's within the government. So, there's another thing, you know what I'm saying? These people want their names to sound good if they're running for office, or if they're in office, or if they're owners of certain things, or they're big money people that are in charge of different things. So these are good ideas. Thanks for kicking that out, Salty. I never thought of that.
What? I can't see anything.
She said that there's foundations around. It just gave me the idea to contact these people here that will donate to help to support your cause. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't think people have really even attempted to approach a lot of these people because
I never would have thought of it. I never would have thought of it till she said that.
Okay.
I will definitely be making some phone calls, that's for sure. And seeing what we can come up with in that sense. It's a good idea.
Absolutely.
What's his name? Jim. Is it Jim Jennings? Jim, is it right?
Who?
Jim Jennings, is that right?
For
the
who?
Guy he's in the representatives. He's from Ohio. He's young.
Oh, it wasn't Tim Ryan.
No. He just got moved into a higher. He's like moving himself way up there.
He's up in the top now. Yeah.
Jim.
I think you're right. I think it is Jim Jennings. Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah.
Or no, Jim Jordan.
Jim Jordan. Thank you. Okay.
That's it. Yeah. Thank you, Kel. You must be
anybody can get anything done in Congress. This guy can.
Right. Yeah. That's a good idea. In fact, and I need to call back Mike's office again too.
You know, there's another foundation that's ran by. It's up in Michigan. It's ran by the guy that Amway. What's his face? His dad started Amway.
Amway. Yeah, I know it.
His wife is Betsy. Well, her maiden name was Betsy Prince, but she was with Trump. She was the Secretary of Education. They have more money than they know what to do with. God knows.
No, Barbie, I haven't heard that, hon. That's interesting, though. I don't know.
Does anybody have the best associations are not to use or to call them and find out to get that I could maybe get them to give me some ideas too?
I don't know.
Foundations, that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, no, I don't. I've never looked into it until now, but I will be looking into it for sure. Or if I can get a hold of different people, they can maybe direct me in those directions. You know what I mean? If I can get somebody that's, involved in the state to say, hey, you could call this, or this, or one of these other, through Bartolo or Capero or something like that. Might be a good idea.
Okay.
Diego, I got to drop down. I've got to take care of a couple things for my mom.
No, yeah, that's okay, but I gotta shut this down anyway. We got to talking. So Elon Musk.
Okay,
you know what? I don't know, Barbie. I don't. It'd be great if Twitter would advertise some of these things too, but I doubt that it would ever happen. Because of the kind of platform it is. And that's the whole reason why it should be a yes all the way around, Kel, because we've had so many missing kids. It's not even funny. So many.
Yeah.
It's in a short period of time too. So it would make a big difference, and if they're just willing to donate a little bit here and there, and it doesn't have to be that much, I think it would make a huge difference. So it's something I'm going to be looking into for sure.
Yeah, no, that gives me, and maybe just ask them, what are you guys doing? Just start off by asking them, what are you guys doing right now?
Right.
Why aren't you doing anything? Or can you add to it? So, okay. That's what I needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Terry. I appreciate it. And we'll see what we can come up with for sure.
All right.
All right. Clue, thank you very much for joining me up here. I appreciate you very much. Mama Bear, she's gone now. Arctic, thank you guys all so much for joining me today as we talked about what we did. I appreciate you guys very much. The end of this conversation was pretty uplifting, I think, and very progressive, and I'm grateful for that. So I think I'm gonna shut down. Are you going live anytime soon, Clue?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, if we could drop her link one more time in the chat. I know most of you guys already know who she is, but still. I appreciate everybody joining us today as we went over everything. Again, the end of the conversation, I think, was very, very positive, and I appreciate that. And we'll be in here late tonight, Mom. Don't worry. I think it's always good taking positive steps forward within this stuff. But guys, if you can, I can't get into my Discord, so I can't run this other thing. But make sure you're keeping all of these cases in your thoughts. Keep Sebastian in your thoughts. Keep Madeline's case and her situation in your thoughts, and all these other missing people and children that are out here, you know, and their families in your thoughts as well, guys. As we move forward through all this, thank you, Andy, very much. And don't forget to love yourselves, guys, and love each other. Don't change nothing about yourselves. You guys are so amazing. I appreciate you also very much. Moderators, thank you so much for what you do. I hope everybody has a great rest of your day. And I will more than likely see you in here for the late show tonight, guys. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.